এটা তো ওই জুমটা তো কানেক্ট করতে হবে।
কি করছো তুমি?
বিশ্বাস নিউ আলিপুর। ক্যান্টিন কমন রুমে, লাইব্রেরি আর ক্লাসরুমে, সবুজ ঘাসের টানে আর ফুটবল ম্যাচ ঘিরে, উন্মাদনা যায় চড়ে, লেখাপড়া হবে প্রাণ ভরে, বাঁচবো মোরা হাত ধরে এই নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, হৃদয়ে নিউ আলিপুর। টিউনিকটা ইউনিফর্মে, কৈশোর ঘেরা শাসন বর্মে, ছায়া মাখা স্মৃতি পেছনে ফেলে, দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসে স্বপ্ন মেলে, দিয়েছি পাড়ি বহু দূরে, কলেজ আমাদের নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর। ছোট নদী ছেড়ে সাত সাগরে, আশ্বাসী পালে যাব উড়ে, মহাকাশ ঘুরে আবার আসবো ফিরে। অ্যালবামে থাকে জীবনের গল্প, জীবন দ্রুত সময় যে অল্প, আমাদের স্বপ্ন দেখা নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, বিশ্বাস নিউ আলিপুর। ক্যান্টিন কমন রুমে, লাইব্রেরি আর ক্লাসরুমে, সবুজ ঘাসের টানে আর ফুটবল ম্যাচ ঘিরে, উন্মাদনা যায় চড়ে, লেখাপড়া হবে প্রাণ ভরে, বাঁচবো মোরা হাত ধরে এই নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, হৃদয়ে নিউ আলিপুর। টিউনিকটা ইউনিফর্মে, কৈশোর ঘেরা শাসন বর্মে, ছায়া মাখা স্মৃতি পেছনে ফেলে, দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসে স্বপ্ন মেলে, দিয়েছি পাড়ি বহু দূরে, কলেজ আমাদের নিউ আলিপুরে, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর। ছোট নদী ছেড়ে সাত সাগরে, আশ্বাসী পালে যাব উড়ে, মহাকাশ ঘুরে আবার আসবো ফিরে। অ্যালবামে থাকে জীবনের গল্প, জীবন দ্রুত সময় যে অল্প, আমাদের স্বপ্ন দেখা নিউ আলিপুরে, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, বিশ্বাস নিউ আলিপুর। ক্যান্টিন কমন রুমে, লাইব্রেরি আর ক্লাসরুমে, সবুজ ঘাসের টানে আর ফুটবল ম্যাচ ঘিরে, উন্মাদনা যায় চড়ে, লেখাপড়া হবে প্রাণ ভরে, বাঁচবো মোরা হাত ধরে এই নিউ আলিপুরে, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, হৃদয়ে নিউ আলিপুর। টিউনিকটা ইউনিফর্মে, কৈশোর ঘেরা শাসন বর্মে, ছায়া মাখা স্মৃতি পেছনে ফেলে, দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসে স্বপ্ন মেলে, দিয়েছি পাড়ি বহু দূরে, কলেজ আমাদের নিউ আলিপুরে, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর। ছোট নদী ছেড়ে সাত সাগরে, আশ্বাসী পালে যাব উড়ে, মহাকাশ ঘুরে আবার আসবো ফিরে। অ্যালবামে থাকে জীবনের গল্প, জীবন দ্রুত সময় যে অল্প, আমাদের স্বপ্ন দেখা নিউ আলিপুরে, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, বিশ্বাস নিউ আলিপুর। ক্যান্টিন কমন রুমে, লাইব্রেরি আর ক্লাসরুমে, সবুজ ঘাসের টানে আর ফুটবল ম্যাচ ঘিরে, উন্মাদনা যায় চড়ে, লেখাপড়া হবে প্রাণ ভরে, বাঁচবো মোরা হাত ধরে এই নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, হৃদয়ে নিউ আলিপুর।
তারপরে আমার বলাটা হয়ে গেল।
টিউনিকটা ইউনিফর্মে, কৈশোর ঘেরা শাসন বর্মে, ছায়া মাখা স্মৃতি পেছনে ফেলে, দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসে স্বপ্ন মেলে, দিয়েছি পাড়ি বহু দূরে, কলেজ আমাদের নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর। ছোট নদী ছেড়ে সাত সাগরে, আশ্বাসী পালে যাব উড়ে, মহাকাশ ঘুরে আবার আসবো ফিরে। অ্যালবামে থাকে জীবনের গল্প, জীবন দ্রুত সময় যে অল্প, আমাদের স্বপ্ন দেখা নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, বিশ্বাস নিউ আলিপুর। ক্যান্টিন কমন রুমে, লাইব্রেরি আর ক্লাসরুমে, সবুজ ঘাসের টানে আর ফুটবল ম্যাচ ঘিরে, উন্মাদনা যায় চড়ে, লেখাপড়া হবে প্রাণ ভরে, বাঁচবো মোরা হাত ধরে এই নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, হৃদয়ে নিউ আলিপুর। টিউনিকটা ইউনিফর্মে, কৈশোর ঘেরা শাসন বর্মে, ছায়া মাখা স্মৃতি পেছনে ফেলে, দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসে স্বপ্ন মেলে, দিয়েছি পাড়ি বহু দূরে, কলেজ আমাদের নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর। ছোট নদী ছেড়ে সাত সাগরে, আশ্বাসী পালে যাব উড়ে, মহাকাশ ঘুরে আবার আসবো ফিরে। অ্যালবামে থাকে জীবনের গল্প, জীবন দ্রুত সময় যে অল্প, আমাদের স্বপ্ন দেখা নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, বিশ্বাস নিউ আলিপুর। ক্যান্টিন কমন রুমে, লাইব্রেরি আর ক্লাসরুমে, সবুজ ঘাসের টানে আর ফুটবল ম্যাচ ঘিরে, উন্মাদনা যায় চড়ে, লেখাপড়া হবে প্রাণ ভরে, বাঁচবো মোরা হাত ধরে এই নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, হৃদয়ে নিউ আলিপুর। টিউনিকটা ইউনিফর্মে, কৈশোর ঘেরা শাসন বর্মে, ছায়া মাখা স্মৃতি পেছনে ফেলে, দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসে স্বপ্ন মেলে, দিয়েছি পাড়ি বহু দূরে, কলেজ আমাদের নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর। ছোট নদী ছেড়ে সাত সাগরে, আশ্বাসী পালে যাব উড়ে, মহাকাশ ঘুরে আবার আসবো ফিরে। অ্যালবামে থাকে জীবনের গল্প, জীবন দ্রুত সময় যে অল্প, আমাদের স্বপ্ন দেখা নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, বিশ্বাস নিউ আলিপুর। ক্যান্টিন কমন রুমে, লাইব্রেরি আর ক্লাসরুমে, সবুজ ঘাসের টানে আর ফুটবল ম্যাচ ঘিরে, উন্মাদনা যায় চড়ে, লেখাপড়া হবে প্রাণ ভরে, বাঁচবো মোরা হাত ধরে এই নিউ আলিপুরে। কলেজ নিউ আলিপুর, স্বপ্নের নিউ আলিপুর, গর্বের নিউ আলিপুর, হৃদয়ে নিউ আলিপুর।
Welcome everyone to the 2 days national webinar on professional ethics and human values organized by Department of Philosophy, New Alipur College in agencies of Indian Council of Social Science Eastern Regional Center. In the outset of the program, I invite Dr. Joydeep Sharongi, Honorable Principal, New Alipore College, to deliver his welcome address. Over to you, Dr. Sharangi.
Good morning from the city of joy to all who are involved in this international webinar for 2 days. Big thank you, big warm welcome from the family of New Alipore College to the honorable keynote speaker, chairpersons of the sessions, all important speakers from different backgrounds and different geographical locations within our amazing country called India. I'm really honored that this 2-day nationals webinar has been sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science and Research, Eastern Regional Center, Kolkata. Thank you so much for support and sponsorship. I thank the Department of Philosophy of the college, which is one of the pillars of the college and the academic institution for higher learning. I thank all the faculty members involved who have tirelessly fulfilled the task of organizing the webinar in the midst of different difficulties and social odds. We all know we are passing through a global crisis for humanity, crisis for survival. Even then, nothing can stop the flow of eternal stream of life. Philosophy Department, in association with ICSSR, has proved it that nothing can stop the flow of studies, flow of education, flow of research and guidance. The 2-day national webinar has a very pertinent topic when the social norms are decaying, moral codes are decaying, human values have come on the shores of doubt. When every tomorrow is a doubtful tomorrow in the sky of India. In these days, in social media, print media, and in the minds of every Indian, there are questions reverberating about the existence of moral code, if any. On all these aspects, keeping in mind the waves, cross currents and currents, professional ethics and human values are very important to cultivate among our heads and hearts. I include heart as well because heart is an important seat for emotion and head is a checking. It bridles our emotions. So a combination of heart and head, keeping in mind the professional ethics of today and core human values which are very essential for modern day living totality. India is an amazing nation of multiple perspectives, a nation which is very difficult to define in one single sentence. Its variety, its uniqueness, its philosophy, its tradition have ushered new doors for the Westerners to look on different aspects. Destination India is the code of the day. If 18th and 19th century for the British, 20th century for the Americans, great 21st century is the century of the great Indians. I am proud to be an Indian and I will be proud to die as an Indian. And professional ethics and human values will define the Indians for greater respectability and international attention, because we should know what we are, what our traditions are. Therefore, the subject of two-day national seminar is very pertinent. I thank all thinking heads who are involved in this webinar. I thank the Honorable Vice Principal of the college, IQAC Coordinator, Bursar, and the entire team which are responsible for making the event a possibility. I once again thank everyone listening to or joining from different backgrounds of India. I welcome you all. It's a confluence and congress of ideas. Welcome to this Congress of Ideas and a festival of different thoughts and different values. I welcome you again from the core of my heart, and I express my sincere thanks to all concerned, and I expect that the webinar will be a grand success. We will fall back to it again and again in the days to come. Over to Joyita. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your speech. Now I request Sri Dibesh Bera, Honorable Vice Principal, New Alipore College, to give some light on the webinar. Welcome. Over to Sir Dibesh Bera.
Greetings to our distinguished resource person, Professor Aparajita Mukherjee, Professor, Department of Philosophy, University, Jadavpur University, Professor C.D. Sebastian, Professor of Philosophy, Department of Humanity and Social Science, IIT Bombay, Chairperson of this session, Professor Indrani Sannal, former Professor, Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University, our principal, Dr. Joydeep Sarangi, head of the Department of Philosophy, Professor Nivedita Sengupta, convener, Madam Professor Joyita Dotto, and participants. Thanks to the Department of Philosophy for taking initiative to organize a 2-day webinar on professional ethics and human values, on collaboration with Indian Council of Social Science Research, Eastern Regional Center, Kolkata. Human values are our guideline for our success, our paradigm about what is acceptable. Human behavior depends on the characters of defining the identity, choosing the values, and establishing the beliefs. Human values includes moral, integrity, peaceful life, respecting others, honesty, caring, kindness, courage, sharing, time management, adjustment, self-confidence, commitments, spirituality, and service learning, a teaching method which combines community service with academic instruction as it focuses on critical, reflective thinking and civic responsibility. Professional ethics is an activity which concerns with the investigation of moral values in moral issues. As as a teacher is concerned, he should have an ethical as well as a social responsibility to himself, to his students, and to his society. The set of standards adopted by professional is called as professional ethics. Every profession like teaching, medicine, laws, etc. has its own professional ethics. In our college, we are conducting several programs related to human values and ethics to enhance the character of the students. It is hoped that because of this effort made by the institution towards human values and ethics, we ensure that the students are made aware of the problem and their possible solution through self-exploration. Also, we ensure that students internalize the fact that they have to respond to situation instead of reacting. At the same time, the institution will facilitate the student to identify their social responsibility through through the activities conducted. An effort is made to rid society from the ills prevalent. Further, through this program, we ascertain that the students realize that they have a lot of potential, which when realized will propel the society towards in a positive direction. Last, I express our our 2 days webinar will be grand success. Thanks to all. Over to Joyita Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your speech. Before going to the next part of the webinar, I would like to put on some lights on the theme of the webinar. Ethics is the science of human conduct, habits, and behavior that are related to the permanent speciality of human character. It evaluates human habits, character, and voluntary determination. In any professional life, ethics has its own importance. Basically, a profession is a disciplined group of individuals who adhere to ethical standards, who hold themselves out as and are accepted by the public as possessing special knowledge and skill in a widely recognized body of learning derived from research, education, and training at a high level, and who are prepared to apply this knowledge and exercise these skills in the interest of others. Therefore, it is inherent in the definition of profession that a code of ethics governs the activities of each profession. Such professional field involves employers, clients, or customers, other similar profession as collectivity, public interest. The role of morality is integral to each of the above categories. Now, the COVID 19 pandemic has suddenly brought a drastic change in our day to day life pattern. It has dealt a lethal blow to our socio-economic environment, including the professional fields mentioned above. Every rule, moral or otherwise, that was operating in the pre pandemic socio cultural surroundings is now facing a stiff challenge. We are now under tremendous pressure to reinvent the social rules to cope with the new normal situation. Every rational and sensible person feels the need to promote a new life, style in harmony with our natural surroundings, reckless intervention with the natural habits of flora and fauna results in transmission of pathogens like coronavirus. We have to change our living in the lap of luxury and unbridled consumption, which brings about a fast destruction of natural resources. Today, all countries across the globe, irrespective of their status in the Human Development Index, are fighting reluctantly to overcome the present crisis. It is in this context that we ought to rebuild the framework, the professionalism, and our own value system. Now, I request Professor Nivedita Sengupta, HOD, Department of Philosophy, New Alipore College, to deliver her inaugural speech. Over to Professor Sengupta.
Thank you, Joyita. Welcome to the webinar organized by our Department of Philosophy, New Alipore College. I welcome all our esteemed speakers, principal, vice principal, secretary of Teachers Council, coordinator of IQSSL, all learned participants, and my beloved colleagues and students. Eminent scholars of Indian philosophy, Professor M. Hiriana, observed that in our Indian tradition, we commonly speak of two functions of knowledge. The one is revealing the existence of some object, which is known as orthopolicity, and the other is affording the help in the attainment of some purpose, which is known as holoprapy. The results of them are what we mean fact and value. Both of them are interrelated, as the knowledge of the past usually leads to the pursuit of values. Number of facts may be known, and the number of values that are realized are innumerable. The Sanskrit word ishto refers to the value. Often we differentiate between the intrinsic value and the instrumental value. The means for the attainment are often categorized as instrumental, whereas the goal or the end carries the intrinsic value. In our Indian tradition, dharma, the virtue, artha, the wealth, kama, or the pleasure, and moksha, or liberation, are considered as the value of human life. The first one is our present concept. Dharma stands for the moral value of human beings. The ritualistic content of this notion is regarded as less important than the practice of life. The virtue of dharma, as understood with, by all the tradition of Indian philosophy, has many commonalities. Even all the major religions of the world suggest more or less the same universal moral code. For example, we may refer to Jagobalko, who reckons them as nine. They are non-injury, sincerity, honesty, cleanliness, control of sense, charity, self-restraint, love, and forbearance. Most of them are altruistic, some others for personal uplift. But the division into self-regarding and other-regarding virtue is not at all a hard and fast matter. In our Indian tradition, we believe an individual has no life of his own independent of the society. It has been charged against Indian ethics that it lacks the zeal and temperament of improving the world, but all our moral principles directly involves the reference to the social duty. Apart from social cultural background, the spiritual well-being of a person can never be achieved without performing the duties to his family and his society. A man can never realize the moral virtue. The famous five sacrifices are advised to fulfill one's duty not only to the self but to the entire creation. The universe is regarded as a unitarily whole. Each and every creature of this universe is interrelated. In social atmosphere, hospitality, helping the sick, providing food and medicaments for the needy one, were regular feature of householders' life. Moreover, the duties to the relatives are not only showing respect and friendship affection, but also supporting them in this way and maintaining cordiality of social relationships by a system of give and take. The missionary activities of Hinduism and Buddhism makes a glorious chapter in the ancient Indian history. It was considered highly dishonorable not to do one's utmost to save the life of one who is in distress, even though it might mean the loss of one's life and property. In Mahayana Buddhism, the concept of charity and helping the sick and distressed people has altered to such an extent that a saint is prepared to forego or postpone his entry to the nirvana if thereby he can be of use to any suffering soul. Both in Brahminical and Buddhist literature, we found passages in which lofty sentiments are expressed, the effort of serving humanity at large instead of getting final liberation. Saints was prepared to commit sin if thereby any good can be provided to any part of creation. Sages were advised to direct their benevolence to each and every living and non-living being of the world. Both Brahminical and Buddhist code of ethics is based on the assumption that all our souls, in spite of the differences, were at the bottom swayed by the same feeling and tendency. But now, in this present situation, we are witnessing a disastrous catastrophe as the COVID-19 pandemic is raging across the world. The only divine blessings to the universal mankind is the sincere and untiring sacrifice of the medical personnel and the health workers. They are serving for the humanity with all their heart and soul. But the perils and the constraints are unlimited. The knowledge of the virus remains imperfect, so the decisions are made with this incomplete picture. The plans and programs are framed in this situation is subject to innumerable alterations. Experts opine that all the collected current information are insufficient to estimate the reality of the virus. Moreover, we find in number of countries politics overrides the science. And in number of countries we see people are doubting and ignoring the science. Both the standpoint is dangerous. The danger links to the doorstep of each and every member of the universal family of mankind. So it is the duty of each and every single member of the vast family to combat and fight against the deadly disease. The glorious son of our nation, of Mother India, Swami Vivekananda, Mahatma Gandhi, and enormous people showed the path, and we have to follow it. We share the common platform of divine spirituality and the realization of our golden tradition will give us a firm belief and a true vision. With the aid of them, we are hopeful about overcoming the fight. I want to end my simple talk by quoting the famous mantra Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschid Dukha Bhagavat Om Shantihi 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 Om may all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer. Om peace, peace and peace. Thanks for everybody for patient hearing. Over to Joita.
Thank you very much, madam, for your speech. In the first day of 2 days national webinar on professional ethics and human values organized by Department of Philosophy, New Alipore College under the aegis of ICSSR ERC, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Professor Indrani Shannal, former professor, Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University, as the keynote speaker. Professor Sanyal is actively engaged in research in areas of ethics, especially Indian ethics, philosophy of Sri Aurobindo, and Western analytic philosophy. She has brought out various publications in the form of books, anthologies, and research papers in journals. She had been the founder coordinator of the Center for Sri Aurobindo Studies at the Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University. Some of her important publications include On Essentialist Claims and Morality, Essence and Possible Worlds, through the lens of Dharma ethics. Professor Sanyal has edited anthologies jointly with others such as Understanding Thoughts of Sri Aurobindo and his contemporary thinkers, Dharmoniti o Shruti, Ethics and Culture, Some Indian Reflections, Education, Philosophy and Practice, The Refugees, Asuras, Marriage and Varied. Some other anthologies edited by Dr. Sanyal are Sri Aurobindo, the poet, philosopher and yogi, a collection of essays by Aurobindo Boshu, Ethics and Culture and some contemporary Indian reflections. Now I request Professor Sanyal to deliver her keynote address. Over to Professor Sanyal.
Thanks. I'm very happy. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm very happy to be present in this 2-day seminar that has been organized by New Alipore College on professional ethics and values. I convey my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this seminar. My special thanks are to the principal, Dr. Sarangi, and also my special thanks are to the HOD, Srimati Nivedita Shangupta, and also my thanks to my very loving and dear student Joita Datto as well for giving me this opportunity to say something on professional ethics and values. Now today when we are assembled here, we have assembled in a time which is really a very difficult time. But I would just begin with some question to the main theme, that is this pandemic going to upset our ethics or our value patterns? Is it so brittle in its structure? Is it so fragile in its structure? Or is it so futile in its applicability? Now, these are the questions I would just raise to keep you all aware about the possible questions that may come up. But today I'll begin with the main theme of my discussion, because I am very much a positive person and I would prefer that all of you begin with negative answers to all those questions that I am posing in the beginning of my talk. Now, the nomenclature professional ethics is much in vogue in recent Western ethical discourse. Those seeds germane to our theme were plentifully present in classical Western ethics and Indian Dharma ethics as well. Now, to speak very broadly, professional ethics evaluates the moral dimension of human activity within the fold of this or that professions. Now, in ordinary parlance, various words are used to be more or less synonymous with profession, such as occupation, employment, job, vocation, etc. Now, the expression to profess, if we begin from the etymology of the expression profession, we must have a look into the very expression, into the very semantics of the verb to profess. Now, to profess reverberates in Catholic Christian tradition. And in that tradition, where members of religious orders are required to profess publicly their vows to achieve public good in some form. Of course, there is some possibility of financial remuneration, but that is not much important here. But profession, that is, however, profession in the context of ethics has acquired some non-religious tinge. Profession, as per its dictionary meaning, indicates a paid occupation, especially one that needs prolonged training and a formal qualification. Now, here, when I'm talking about profession, actually, I am following the sense that is accepted in the current usage of the expression professional ethics. Now, in today's world, there are hundreds of ways to earn a livelihood. And so, the number of paid occupation is quite large. Now, some draw a distinction between profession and vocation. Now, vocation understood as a trade may be closer to the meaning of profession, but within the parameter of Christianity, vocation refers to a divine calling to the individual from the God to take up a religious job. But as I have already pointed out, that when we are trying to unearth scope, provision, problems, issues that keep professional ethicists preoccupied, we are interested in exploring not its religious sense, but its non-religious or quote unquote secularist sense of professional ethics. So, in that sense, profession, as we understand here, is different from vocation, the idea of vocation that we find reverberating in the domain of Catholic Christianity. Now, professional ethics is concerned with standards and moral conduct that are required of any profession and its members. Professional ethics examines moral issues and problems, and it not only has its concern directed only towards issues or problems, but rather it is interested in providing suggestions. So we can say that professional ethics suggests also moral norms and principles that govern any profession, and evaluate, that is also another component of professional ethics, is to evaluate and assess, that is social responsibility that is exhibited through different professional activities, and also virtues and character of the professional members. So we find that professional ethics, as it is understood in recent terminology, it has a very wide scope. Now, this professional ethics is both theoretical and practical or applied in its orientation. I will come to this point later on. So, we may try to chalk out some features that make an individual a professional. When we are talking about profession, we are talking with respect to individual. That is, individuals here are professionals. Now, what makes a professional a professional? That is, what are the features, characteristics of being a professional? Now, these are all very carefully, systematically worked out in professional ethics. So, here we may try to chalk out some features that make an individual a professional as distinct from an amateur. We often say that his way of working is non-professional. He works in an amateurish way. That means we make a very clear-cut distinction between being professional and being amateurish. So in any particular, so a professional is required to have, so requirement of being a professional is required to have technical skill suitable for that profession. Understood broadly, thereby the professional is supposed to have knowledge of art or craft or techniques relating to that subject in the specific field. That is, it is not a domain of mere theoretic knowledge, but it needs application of knowledge to real situation of life. He is also required to carry an institutionalized certificate or accreditation as an acknowledgement for his mastery of any specific knowledge. So, not anybody can declare himself today to be a professional. To be professional, he will have to go through a thorough institutionalized training. He must have adequate certificates certifying, validating his professional skill. These are all relevant to call somebody for accepting somebody as a professional. So when we are dealing with professional ethics as it is understood today, it is really a very, we can say, a systematic domain. Now, among the old professions, actually, we often speak of teacher, lawyer, doctor. These are all well recognized. Now, in medieval tradition, recognized only three, that is doctor, lawyer, and divinity. And we know in the history, from the history, especially of Europe, during the Middle Age, it was a period of, we can say, of church authority. So during that period, church was very authoritative. So during that period, divinity, that is engaging in one sort or other, clergy or priest in another, this kind of services, these were also included within the professional field. Now, really, it is really another information which I would like to share with you. It may sound quite amazing to us today to learn that prior to joining politics, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Abraham Lincoln all worked as land surveyors. And during the time, there was no recognized profession known as land surveyors. But we know gradually that that profession is now has been recognized and accredited by different institutional norms. And now land surveyors, that also stands for a kind of profession. So with the rise of, so there are some more amazing news for us. With the rise of technology, with the rise of, we can say, occupational specialization in the 19th century, other bodies began to claim professional status. That is, engineering, pharmacy, veterinary medicine, psychology, nursing, teaching, librarianship, optometry, social work. Now we are quite familiar with these professions, but only 100 years or 150 years back, these were not recognized professions. But all these obtained recognition for being professions after all those skills, all those technicalities, knowledge associated with all those profession got institutionalized. And nowadays we know these are all some of the very important professions of the days. Now, professions, since with the coming of the modern period, no longer there is burden of church's authority. So professions are no longer heteronomous, that is under the control of any religious authority. With the coming of modern age, professions have become more secularized. Now, so sometimes it is said that one of the feature of professions is that it's autonomy. Now, in the domain of professional ethics, it has been said that this domain enjoys a kind of autonomy. But the question must arise that how do we define and understand this autonomy in the domain of professional ethics? So the ascription of autonomy to the domain of professional ethics, how far it is acceptable, how far it is justifiable, this question has given rise to lots of debates and lots of arguments. Now, professions, in one sense, professions tend to be autonomous, which means they have a high degree of control over their own affairs. Now, this is very light way of saying what it is to be autonomous. Now, some have said professionals are autonomous insofar as they can make independent judgment. Hello? Is there any problem? Is there any problem?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, there is one sense in which it has been said that professionals are autonomous insofar as they can make independent judgments about their work. But how far that statement is to be accepted? The freedom of exercise of their professional judgment, do they really have that kind of autonomy? Now, however, there are also other meanings. Some modifications have been added to the notion of autonomy. Some say professional autonomy is often described as a claim of professionals that they has to serve primarily their own interests, and this professional autonomy can only be maintained if members of the profession subject their activities and directions to a critical evaluation by other members of the profession. That is, here a tendency is to understand professional autonomy in terms of subjugating individual autonomy of a professional to the we can say subservient of professional body. That is, there must be a professional body. That is kind of intrasubjective cooperation. That is also the requirement. So we can find that the concept of autonomy, since it is an instance of ethics, and in ethics the notion of autonomy is really one of the very important requisites. We find that the notion of autonomy, how to understand autonomy in the domain of professional ethics, that requires further deliberation and also further discussions. Now, when I'm talking about professional ethics, of course, I look upon professional ethics as within the domain of applied or practical ethics. Now, in the very beginning, I have pointed out that professional ethics can be studied, can be understood from two different perspectives. One, theoretical, and the other, it's practical. And I think its practical aspect is really very important aspect of the professional ethics. Now, professional ethics, as belonging to the domain of applied ethics, is more engrossed with actual situations of human existence and livelihood. Now, professional ethics, of course, presupposes general theoretical paradigms. Its area, if concerned, is not limited to analyzing semantics of moral terms and metaethical problems. So, it is in its spirit applied ethics. Now, as human beings, by adopting or following different professions, we act in different capacities and roles. So, moral judgments are made and moral acts are performed in different social contexts, such as healthcare, politics, and many other domains. Now, in healthcare, the moral issues are related in particular to life and death and human well-being. Are all life-saving measures acceptable? Should we introduce screening for genetic diseases? Now, in politics, judgments often concern value conflicts. So, this is the important link between professional ethics and value. That is, without entering into the domain of value, professional ethics cannot enter into any kind of judgment, any kind of assessment, any kind of evaluation. And the moment professional ethics enters into the domain of values, of course, professional ethics will have to abide by some of the major theoretical concern of ethics. It cannot avoid its dealing or its understanding with all those theoretical aspects, because the in politics judgments often concern value conflicts, that is, whether any particular project that has been advocated by any particular government, whether that is going to improve economic condition of the country, whether it is going to make room for sustainable development and equality. These are all questions, these are all issues that are related to general value concern. And so this requires decision making. The decision maker, for example, as a decision maker, a professional, whether he is a politician or a civil servant or as a doctor, may choose an alternative that might promote one value at the expense of another. So, when we reflect on this type of decision making, we are engaged in applied ethics. Hence, applied ethics is concerned. Hence, professional ethics as applied ethics is concerned with crucial aspects of human life and social development, because it is very much tied with our profession, with our living, with our day-to-day existence, with the real actual world in which we are living. So the turn to and now, so actual life situation and professions of varied sorts present instances of dilemma and conflict. And when facing this type of dilemma, a decision can be made in different ways. Now, let me mention two extreme procedure. In line with the traditional practices of the medical profession, one can let the doctor decide, because we are talking about autonomy of the professional. And when doctor proceeds to treat patient, of course doctor himself enjoys some kind of autonomy that we will have to admit. Though of course, maybe if we try to question the very nature of autonomy, we will find it is also rooted to his association, cooperation with other intra subjects. So, in line with traditional practices, one can let the doctor decide. Now, doctors have experience with this type of dilemma and have acquired a moral sensitivity and intuition, and that will help him to take a decision. Hence, the doctor decides with reference to praxis and previous similar cases. So here, doctor as a decision maker is depending on his intuition, his previous experiences, and he is finally exercises his, we can say, autonomy, at least in some sense. Now, another way to come to a decision is through applying a moral principle to the case in question. For example, a utilitarian philosopher can reason in the following way: when making moral decisions, one should choose the action that, and compared with other alternatives, will increase the amount of pleasure or decrease the amount of pain in the world, because he is he is following the utilitarian principle, and according to the utilitarian principle, he he is owing how much pain and how much pleasure are produced from that performance of that or similar actions. So here his eye will be on balancing act, that is whether pleasure that is derived is more or the pleasure that is derived is less. So that principle, one may take that principle, and on the basis of that principle, now he will have to consider the particular instance, and he will have to evaluate in that way, just like using a weighing machine. So let us assume that in this particular case, the life of the neonat will in total obviously produce more pain than pleasure. So thus the correct moral solution is to let the neonat die. That is, he is facing a challenging situation where a neonat is in a very critical position. How the doctor is going to take his decision. Now he will have to ponder over whether his taking decision Y is going to increase the level of his pleasure of the neonat, or it's producing its pain more. So on the basis of that, he will come to his decision. So this in this instance, the decision is based on an application of a supposedly valid moral principle. But here we can raise many questions. What is the guarantee that this is the valid moral question? That is, this is the valid moral principle. Because among the ethicists, we have seen there is no unanimity, and we can show that there are many objections that can be brought against this utilitarian principle. So if decision is taken on the basis of a defective or on the basis of an invalid principle, then how can that conclusion be accepted as a valid conclusion? That is important question. So how to proceed? How a professional will proceed when he is facing a challenging situation? So the notion of decision, that is what will be his decision, is very much important issue. Now in this connection, John Rawls has also suggested some procedure, and according to that, some may say that we can proceed in that way. That is, that he should proceed by following the method of this RE. That is, he will take into consideration both the cases, instances, and also the principles. So this is also another area where very tricky, we can say theoretical concerns are raising their heads. Now, in the case of, so it may be called, so this type of decision, which is intuitive, is also not acceptable fully. This decision, which is based on basis of this kind of procedure, that is decision taken on this kind of principle, on the basis of some principle, taking that principle to be valid, that is giving a principle the status of an axiom, that is also a questionable situation. So how to take decision? So who is right? So when questioned, for example, by an ethics committee charged with formulating rules for this type of decision, the doctors will not have much to say. So the doctors can refer to intuition, the doctors will not, again, or doctors may take the advantage of the second procedure, that is philosopher's way of coming to a decision. So what shall we do if the decision made by doctor comes into conflict with the decision formulated by a philosopher? So some suggested to take recourse to Rawlsian method, that is reflective equilibrium. I don't want to enter into the detail, but I want to highlight that when we are talking about professional ethics, it is not a very easygoing domain. It is also burdened with many philosophical questions apart from many technicalities as well. So professional ethics, we can say, so there was no clear cut or unambiguous. Now, when we come to the domain of Indian ethics, I would just like to draw your attention to one particular concept that is quite prevalent in the domain of Indian ethics. That is very much, we can say, closer to the notion of profession. There was no clear cut or ambiguous mention of professional ethics as such, but we can harp on the concept of vritti. Now, in the case of Vedic Dharma ethics, we have seen they talk about, this is very at the very preliminary level. When we are just students, we have read dharma ethics, and there we have learned about distinction between sadharan dharma and vishesh dharma, that is some duties which are common universal duties and some duties which are vishesha dharma, that is specific duties. Now, when we are talking about specific duties in the context of Vedic Dharma ethics, we come across two notions, one of Varna Dharma and another is Ashrama Dharma. Of course, here I will be speaking on Varna Dharma, but before I enter into any discussion about Varna Dharma, I must admit I am very much aware of casteism, which is often regarded as one of the consequences of avoiding Borno ideology. But how far that is true, how far that is acceptable, that is again another issue to which I don't want to enter. In fact, Ambedkar himself, here of course I will give you a quotation from Ambedkar. Ambedkar, of course, pointed out that caste system is a hoary institution and he sought its annihilation. But Ambedkar also has admitted that the principle underlying caste fundamentally different from the principle underlying Varna. And not only are they fundamentally different, but they are also fundamentally opposed. And also, I'd like to add a line from Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo has also said that ancient Chaturvarna must not be judged by its later disintegrated degeneration and gross meaningless parody, the caste system. So I, I of course would like to point out, I of course would like to highlight that when I am insisting upon understanding the very spirit and very notion of Borno, I am of course following the path of the great luminaries like Ambedkar and Sri Aurobindo. And of course, I find apart from all those things, how they got connected with the Borno practice, with the Borno Babostha, that is altogether different history. But in the very concept of Borno is very intimately associated the notion of vritti, that is this vritti occupation. And if we very broadly understand Borno as a kind of potentiality, as a kind of potentiality inherent in individual, and that is also very much important when a person chooses any particular profession. That is not that anybody and everybody can prosper in any and every profession. Whenever a person is going into a profession, that profession must be according to his capability. If I choose a profession, that profession, if is totally antagonistic to my capacity, I can never succeed in that profession. So I think this very concept that is very important. And from that paradigm, we learn about four types of professions in ancient. Now here I'm talking about history of more than, say, 4,000 years back, when they could think about professions like, say, Uddhapana, they could think about profession like, say, governance, they can think about profession about agriculture and business, and they can also think about the profession of service givers. And in a sense, this notion of service givers, that is a very wide concept. And if we try to enter into detail their notion of ishto and purto, we find that purto karma, the activities that they accepted as purto karma, these are all activities which are suitable for an engineer. Today's engineer generally perform all those sorts of activities. So I think there is scope for rereading our culture in new light. However, I won't deal with this topic longer because I think my time is also coming to an end. Now, one thing, the question I would end with, that professional ethics in its present form, no doubt, shares philosophical background, but has a tendency towards being more an independent discipline. Professional ethics, independent of moral philosophy or an extension of moral philosophy, this, of course, is a very important question. Another, how many professional ethics, one or plural? That is, should we say that there is only one professional ethics, or we will admit possibility of plurality of professional ethics? Because as I have already pointed out, that if we try to understand professional ethics in the present day context, there is no one profession. So accordingly, according to the hazards and according to the potentiality of different professions, there are, we can say, numerous, thousands and thousands of professions. And even within the fold of one particular profession, should we say there should be one professional ethics, one ethics committee, or should we admit possibility of plurality as well? This is also an important question. And in ethics committee, how many academic philosophers are included? And how do philosophers fare in ethics committee? These are also very, very important questions. And what I find, that professional ethics, of course, it has affinity with ethics, but professional ethics, with its modern day systematization, with its modern day sophistication, is gradually trying to go out of the realm of philosophy as an independent branch of discipline. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's an honor and privilege to hear from you. We have learned many new things from you and hope We can learn from you in future also. And thank you for your perfectly said the tone of today's webinar as keynote speaker. Thank you, ma'am. Now we are forwarding towards our next session, that is first technical session. And I would like to invite Professor Indrani Shannal to chair over the session. In this session, our first speaker is Professor Aparajita Mukhopadhyay, Professor, Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University. Professor Mukhopadhyay is presently the coordinator of the Center for Sri Aurobindo Studies, Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University. Her areas of interest are ethics, existentialism, social and political philosophy, and modern Indian thought. She has written several articles on various topics and authored the book Byakti Ebong Noitikota, published in 2015. She has also edited books entitled Essays on Sri Aurobindo and Essential Culture, Volume 3. Some of her papers published in different renowned journals and books are Emotions in Moral Decision Making, explaining the notion of inconsistency in moral context, role of feeling in morality, freedom, a humanistic approach of M. N. Roy, moral reason, a debate between existentialism and internalism. Now, I request Professor Mukhopadhyay to deliver her speech. Before ma'am started, I request all the participants to ask relevant question, if any, only in the chat box. Now, over to Professor Mukhopadhyay.
Thank you, Joita. I also express my thanks to the New Alipur College Authority and the coordinators of the seminar for inviting me in this webinar. And also, I express my gratitude and thanks to the chairperson, to my teacher, Professor Indrani Shandal. Um, my today's topic is moral decision, a reflection of social self. Actually, now we know, Joita, can I show
Yes,
the
ma'am.
slide, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Disabled participant screen sharing. Some box is coming here.
Now we can share it.
Ma'am, please share it again.
Wait. I don't know what's the problem actually. I can't share it now.
Ma'am, it just started.
Leave it. I can't show this. I don't know why.
Ma'am, first open your presentation, then start sharing. I think you are not getting the option in the sharing share box because first you open the presentation.
Anything coming in the screen? I
Yes,
don't
ma'am,
know.
but it's a white plate.
No, no, no.
Ma'am, please stop sharing and then try again.
Stop sharing. Okay.
Yeah, and then try again, ma'am.
But something share. I don't know what is going on. Anything coming on the screen?
No,
No,
ma'am.
not yet.
Leave it. Actually, we know that because of the pandemic, we are entering in a new normal world which is full of miseries, doubts, uncertainties, and problems.
Ma'am, you're sharing a whiteboard. Please share your screen again. I think it will proceed.
It's not coming. I don't know why.
PPT is in the desktop. Yes, ma'am, it's coming.
Ma'am, now it's coming. Yeah,
Coming?
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Um,
Ma'am, please
so
press the F5 button, and then
if I
F5, F5,
F5.
F5 button.
F5,
Yeah, madam.
yes.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Perfectly all right, ma'am.
Thank you. Actually, the exact impact of the term isolation is now very clear to us, and we are not very comfortable with this term. Apart from the changes appeared in our external life, a huge change has come in our inner life too. We are trying to change our thought, feelings, beliefs, priorities, and values. We are thinking to save the world, to decrease the demands, to increase bonding with others, to be more responsible towards the society. Present trend is to promote togetherness by breaking the barrier of class division also. News channels are highlighting the faces that have spread their help to care the needy people. Even the storyline of the advertisement of the premium products convey the message of being human. We are realizing that we have to be more careful, responsible towards others. In this scenario, we expect to bring the same changes in professional relationship also. We start to believe that professionalism is not trust in rational capacity only, not in keeping formal give and take relationship. Rather, it is understood as a blend of reason and care. In this economic crisis, when people are losing their jobs every day, we expect the attitude of togetherness from the authority. We expect government must take responsibility of the labor class who are suffering a lot due to this lockdown. Now, we are not identifying man only by what he has actualized so far, how he has conquered the world with his unique capacity of reasoning. Rather, we are trying to draw a picture of an ideal person who is caring, passionate, ready to donate for others, becomes upset to see the sorrows of his fellow beings. Professionalism is not measured by the rational capacity of man, but now we are highlighting his emotions, passions, empathetic attitude more, which are the foundations of his social existence. Thus, we are trying to change our perception towards the society. Philosophers are insisting to involve these subjective properties in moral decision making process, as in this new situation reflection of all these things are essential. In professional life, these capacities are expected in the attitude of authority and co-workers as the weapon of damage control. Rejecting the policy of hire and fire, we should accept an empathetic attitude towards others, as today, due to this pandemic, the whole world is in a big trouble in true sense. Philosophers are raising objections against the view which advocates objectivity as our goal and think to deduct decisions rationally from some prefixed axioms. Their strategy is to incorporate subjective capacities in practical life decision making process to practical ensure the participation of the individual agent. They vehemently oppose the decision theory that prescribes a pattern of preference which we are obligated to follow. But what is the aim of decision theory? Its aim is to rationally decide our action from several alternatives by calculating the probable utilities of the possible outcomes. The axioms of decision theory explain the ground of preferring one alternative to the other. These are the axioms which help us to follow the path of rationality, rejecting anything subjective. Von Neumann's decision theory mentions about four axioms: completeness, transitivity, independence, and continuity. These axioms actually help us to decide our action properly, maintaining a harmony in our thought process. According to the completeness axiom, if A and B are such preferences that we cannot assume one as better than the other, as no one has any uniqueness, then we may choose any one of them. Here, we are not in a position to compare between them, and so our choice is negotiable. On the other hand, transitivity is a non negotiable relation, as it establishes a relation of betterness. This axiom justifies the preference of the best in comparison to others. The agent has the responsibility to compare the possible outcomes of the preferred alternatives and to choose the best one. Thus, if the agent prefers A to B and B to C, then transitivity relation approves the preference of A to C. The independence axiom claims that the agent is allowed to take the risk of preferring A to B if A is an independent option. That is, if it is unaffected by the truth of anything else. It means if there is no point to claim that B is better than A, then the agent can take the risk to bet for A, though preference of A is equally uncertain to him. Continuity axiom suggests not overlooking any option. When the agent prefers A to B and B to C, then there is a possible combination of A and C about which the agent is not consciously aware. If the agent's decision follows these axioms, then it is considered as rational decision as it is logically deducted from the axioms. But if it is possible to choose the alternatives among many on the basis of perfect reason, then we have to admit that all the alternatives, even the incomparable alternatives, can be arranged on the basis of importance. Otherwise, we cannot choose one as more preferable than the other options. Secondly, if the alternatives are not equal and our rational choice is guided by a prefixed hierarchical order, we obviously prefer the better one than the lesser one. But if the alternatives are equal in weight, then the agent is indifferent about them and a rational agent can select any one of them. Thirdly, if logical deduction is a method of taking a decision and the decision is derived from rational axioms, then the role of the moral agent is insignificant as everybody will come to the same decision automatically and mechanically. Here, Hilary Putnam gives an example to show that this theory is based on a faulty logic. Suppose the agent is offered between X and Y, where X is preferred to Y and X is a better option. Now suppose there is another alternative Z is open to the agent where Z is indifferent to both X and Y. The agent cannot choose X from X and Z as preference is a relational attribute and can be preferred in consideration to something else. X can be preferred if the other alternative is less preferred. But in this case, X cannot be selected in comparison to Z as these two are incompatible. Z is indifferent to X. As the agent is indifferent, he is not in a position to prefer one among them, and so, without giving any scope to the agent to take a decision, Z can be imposed on him. If the person denies accepting Z, then we cannot say that Z is indifferent to X. Going a step further, it can be said that as Z is indifferent to both X and Y, due to some inconvenience to provide Z, Y is provided to the agent instead of providing Z, as Z is indifferent to Y too. It means without any freedom of expressing choice, the agent is getting an option which is less preferable to him. Rational choice actually leads to irrationality as the agent is not getting any chance to establish his preference. We are forced to opt the option that produces utility. But the nature of utility is not specified here. To prove this independent identity, the agent must have the scope to take his own decision to establish his originality, his uniqueness. If rational preference ignores all those faculties that are strongly related with our existence, with our entity, we cannot be responsible for our choice. Sarah Clark Miller thinks that we have to remember human community consists of necessarily vulnerable and dependent creatures dwelling together in the presence of their collective episodic need. An intractable tension exists between our needs and needs of other people, needs of close relations versus needs of strangers. So Putnam thinks here ethics differs from science. In ethics, the preference is guided by probability. We choose an alternative on the basis of the success rate of the option. We select an option judging the possible success rate of it. So, not by the method of deduction, but following the process of induction, an agent calculates the probability of all the alternatives and picks one among them on the basis of probability calculation. Putnam raises another important point here. He opines that the choice is a hypothetical imperative. We decide the alternative on the basis of the success rate. It means we want success. So, our guiding principle is if we want success, we must opt X. Here, reasonability is synonymous to probability. Putnam is taking a consequentialist stand as his preference is founded on the possible outcome of the alternatives. Though our choices calculate the rate of success, but the more basic question is why do we think to act in such a way that the result of the action must lead to success? It is true that the result of the action must lead to success. because we never intend failure, rather, always will to execute our plan with certainty so that it can bring success. We try to do the best every time. Our altruistic nature and care for oneself both insist to make action successful. Pierce thinks that this is the identification mark of our rational nature, of taking care of oneself and also adopting an altruistic attitude is the mark of our rational nature. In his view, a man can be considered as rational if he can identify himself psychologically with the rest members of the community. We try to do the best because we realize that if we do not do that, then it will hamper other people badly. We try to do that which is beneficial to the whole community. Similarly, we try to give a lesson to others about the right strategy. As my right choice brings the best result, other people can also choose the right thing when their chances will come. In case of morality, when the person justifies his choice, then he latently expects that in same situation other persons will do the same thing. I think Pierce is here actually indicating towards our sense of responsibility that encourages to be a part of human civilization. Even if the moral decision of the agent comes from his own moral choice based on his own perspective of life, it does not turn to lawlessness only on the ground that it is subjective in essence. Being a responsible citizen, we feel a bonding with other fellow beings, and this feeling of bonding is the source of our right decision. Putnam says that a person who has a sense of human brotherhood is better than a person who lacks a sense of human brotherhood. A person who is capable of thinking for himself about how to live is better than a person who has lost or never developed the capacity to think for himself about how to live. The rational decision theory considers agent as the abstract entity, as according to this theory, his position in the society, his attachment towards other people, his emotions and passions, his individuality must not affect his decision. Agent is then replaceable with anything else or anyone else and also with a robot. Rational decision theory excludes the new idea of man that focuses on his social life. considers man only not only as a rational entity, rather a social being who faces several miseries and contradictions and finds his own way of life. So, it is necessary to understand the exact nature of rational preference. Do we always choose an alternative on the basis of rationality, or our preference is based on something else? Bernard Williams is not ready to exclude the perspective of the agent from rational preference. He certainly agrees that there must be a standard which should be followed to judge the things. But apart from that standard, there is a scope to include the likings of the agent. This choice may not be directly related with the standard following which we assess the thing, but this choice takes an important part in making a decision. In his opinion, at the time of deciding what is reasonable for me to do, our practical reasoning must include the premises about what we want. Thus, Bernard Williams is going against the prescriptivism because he does not think that what I ought to do must come from some evaluative statements only. Bernard Williams thinks that considering everything, the agent's practical reason determines what is most important to do for himself in a particular situation. The decision thus depends on the peculiarity of the agent and also on the particularity of the occasion. Following Greek philosophy, Williams thinks that question like what should I do cannot be answered impersonally and immediately, because what ought to be done does not depend on what anyone should do. Rather, it involves the whole life of the agent, depends on the pattern of his life, good way of living that he accepts. So, the agent has a role in decision making procedure. His desire to have a particular desire in him, his desire to live a particular way of life is the center of his uniqueness that make him different from other agents. Ethical considerations give the agent information, definitely, on the basis of which he takes the decision. Williams admits that this information helps to deliberate, but such decision is not necessarily an ethical decision, as his decision is the outcome of what kind of person he is, what factors are considered as most important to him. Thus, moral decision varies according to the ways of life we live. It is wrong to formulate a particular format for all or to structure some universal mandatory rules as essential to follow to reduce the decision logically. Williams thinks we provide internal reason in favor of our choice. When we are able to connect reason with our motivational set, the set of desire, evaluation, attitude, it turns to internal reasons. As our choice is attached with our motivational set, we strongly intend to fulfill our want, to actualize our want according to our own plan, and we never want to be rejected by others. This is because we all have a want for freedom. This freedom simply ensures our strength to grow all my wants and beliefs without any resistance. At the same time, we also want autonomy to have indeterminate number of desires. We are not satisfied to decide which alternative is better, but also want to decide the alternatives as these are all related with our life. So a man can take a right decision if he is loyal to his fellow beings and is a just, responsible citizen of a community. Such a person must have an open mind to reassess the values present in the society and the courage to criticize them before creating a new moral vision.
चल गया मैडम नेट
His personal perspective
अब चल
may
गया नेट
open a new avenue with a new horizon, rejecting the old ideas. If decisions are the rational deduction only from the prefixed axioms, then it is not possible to find any development in the arena of morality. But we have to remember that just as human civilization is developing gradually, we must develop a new moral vision to cope up the more complicated world scenario of present time. Justification process opens the scope of dialogue and deliberation. Through the exchange of views, we can build a right vision, a vision that neither stick to the mundane, morbid, moral ideals of the past world, nor encourage to throw away the cultural background of a human race. Rather, we reach at a new pragmatic moral vision which is justified, acceptable, and helpful for modern age. This vision is not again a fixed, unalterable attitude, but can be rectified by us if any better, more justified option is offered. It is a continuous process of restructuring the moral vision due to the changes in the cultural atmosphere of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one question from you. One of our participant in YouTube live chat box asked a question, and the question is: We experience many such persons who are primarily self-centered. We may call them irrational beings, but should they be called abnormal? Being irrational when rationality is essential to man?
Joita, can you please repeat the question again?
Yes, ma'am. We experience many such persons who are primarily self-centered. We may call them irrational beings, but should they be called abnormal? Being irrational when irrationality is essential to man?
Thank you. Actually, obviously, rationality is essential as we are human being. We are identified as a rational being, but at the same time, man is not only rational, but we have different emotions also, and we can express these emotions to develop our view about their life. So if we are self-centered, we only think about our own benefit, then we cannot be treated as a proper human being, because though we are expressing rationality, but at the same time we are not expressing different values of sharing and caring, which are also essential features of a human being. So he is definitely not abnormal, but actually we cannot consider him as a responsible person, who a person of a moral community, because if you are a member of a moral community, then you must pay some respect towards the expectations of other people, and you must fulfill the expectations of other people. And if you are only rational, and your rationality you employ only for your own benefit, then you are not abnormal, but obviously there are some features, some emotional features are missing in you, and you cannot be considered as a person who is a responsible member of a society. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your excellent presentation on moral decision and social self. We have learned lot of new things from your lecture. At the same time, it's really encouraged us to reflect about the uh, moral decision and how the axioms helps us to make the moral decisions. Thank you, ma'am. Looking forward to hear from you in the future also. Uh, Now, I we are going for our next speaker. It's my honor to introduce such an eminent personality like Professor C.D. Sebastian, Professor of Philosophy, Department of Humanities and Social Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. Dr. C.D. Sebastian is Professor of Indian Philosophy and Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. He holds his MA first rank with 2 gold medals and PhD degrees in Indian philosophy from Benares Hindu University, Varanasi. And he did his postdoctoral research at the University of Bristol, UK. He was a DAT fellow at the University of Erfurt, Germany, and an Erasmus Mundus visiting scholar at the University of Warsaw, Poland. He was honored 3 times with excellence in teaching award of IIT Bombay. He is an established scholar and researcher in Buddhism, Indian philosophy, and comparative philosophy. He has published more than 115 research papers in referred international journals and in books include Metaphysics and Mysticism in Mahayana Buddhism and recent research in Buddhist studies. The Cloud of Nothingness, The Negative Way in Nagarjuna and John the Cross, and Buddhism, Essay on Ethics and Religion. He is a member of Society for Asian and Comparative Philosophy (SAP) and also a member of Society for Intercultural Philosophy (Cologne). Now I request Professor Sebastian to deliver his speech, and I also request again all the participants to ask relevant question, if any, only in the chat box. Now over to Professor Sebastian.
Thank you. Thank you, Jayda. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Can you see me also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. After such a profound lecture and paper from Professor, my fellow panelist, Professor Rajita Mukhopadhyay, on moral decision, reflection on social self, I'm very happy to give another version of my understanding. Honorable Chairperson of the session, Professor Indrani Sanyal, Principal of New Alipore College, Dr. Jaydeep Sarangi, Professor Dibesh Bera, the Vice Principal, Professor Nibedita Sengupta, Head, Department of Philosophy, New Alipore College, Professor Joyita Datta, the convener of the webinar, and my fellow panelist, Professor Abhiraj Mukhopadhyay, my good friend and fellow panelist, colleagues of New Alipore College, students of the Department of Philosophy, and all other participants. May I keep on record my happiness and my thanks for inviting me to be part of this webinar. I congratulate the administration of the college and the colleagues in the Department of Philosophy for organizing such a wonderful webinar, which is relevant in today's situation. Special thanks to Jayda Datta for inviting me over here. The theme of the 2 days National Webinar is Professional Ethics and Human Values. Since the theme is on professional ethics and the profession that I come from is education, I thought of sharing my views on educational ethics that it has pertinent bearing in pandemic of COVID today. And the title of my paper is Education Ethics and the Neo-Normal in Pandemic. What do we value? What do we value? See, to a vigilant observer of education and the system around education, it's clear that the questions concerning the relationship between education and the transmission of values, education and the transmission of values are once again at the center of public education debate during this pandemic of COVID and the lockdown. We have been witnessing in our pre-COVID days, go back 6 months behind, pre-COVID days, 3 different types of views on education. The conservatives and the traditionalists who hold, even now they hold, on to the notion of character education, insisting upon the inculcation of positive values and behaviors associated with an imagined good old day of ancient Indianness, the traditionalists. The liberals, on the other hand, through their usually, though they are not usually non-dogmatic, they are not dogmatic, have countered with their own moral canons with a host of pedagogical strategies for promoting moral awareness and decision making. Come to the radicals of different types, those who have sought ways to criticize the technological turn and the commercial turn in educational discourse and want to recover the vocabulary of freedom, participation, citizenship, which were once the basis for education in a democratic society. These 3 views, views of the traditionalists, views of the liberals, views of the radicals, we are distancing ourselves from them and we look at them. These three views have different aspects to tell us about the value and worth of education. If you examine it very carefully, they all point to one fact: education is not teaching the lessons alone. It's not teaching alone. There is much more than that. Then when we come to education per se, what you see, there are some standard, there are some norms. Pardon? If somebody is asking me something, can I go ahead?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I thought somebody is asking me something. Okay, I'm going it. As we study and teach philosophy, we know that education is necessarily a normative activity. There is some norm, there is some standard, there are something which is prescribed. We are supposed to go with those norms. And so it becomes a normative activity. Normativity in the sense that the basic activities of educating youngsters in schools and colleges and universities make a reference to some standard of value or worth. So there is that normativity involved in that one. Quite often in India today, education is described mainly as transmission of culture. When you think of normativity, I'm just saying. As far as I'm concerned, this is not correct view because it mystifies with all sorts of metaphorical language the normative character of the process of education. We shall not mystify that one. For this notion of transmission of cultural paradigm, which some hold, projects a static, a stagnant notion of culture as something ready-made outside of our experience and which is unproblematic. In short, some inverted comma thing that can be mechanically handed on, transmitted to others, to our youngsters. When we had discussions and debates on new educational policy, maybe which has come into effect now, some of my honorable scholarly friends were arguing in this line. And we had heated debates on this one. I think we should understand and recognize culture as a complex tradition, institutions, symbolic systems situated in a social sphere marked by contestation, debates. You have to contest it. Contestation, struggle, and power relations that influence but do not dictate meanings of our experience. They do influence us, but they do not dictate the meanings of our experience. Culture, in this sense, is not something that can be transmitted. As an arena marked by struggle and choice, culture is conserved, criticized, created, and the diversity of activities through which these occur in education. Let me come back to, after saying transmission of culture, let me come back to same to the normativity. I wrote it because there is a mystification, mystifies the process of normativity in education with some sort of transmission of culture ideas. I'm not for that. Let me come back to the normativity of education when we speak of culture and value. All these activities mentioned above are norm referenced. We do not conserve culture whole, but rather make choices and think about what is worth conserving in reference to some standards of value. Similarly, to criticize cultural forms that exist, we must make references to some standard of value. A criticism is an evaluation. A criticism is an examination. A criticism is a self-examination. Given that education is necessarily a normative activity, what I have been trying to say is that this education is not something which is out there without any norm. It's a normative activity because you and all of us are coming from philosophy background. And to speak of ethics in education, we should think of a normativity in education. So what I wanted to say is this normativity. Given education is necessarily a normative activity, it's not a surprise that in times when values seem to be in short supply everywhere in this pandemic, the schools, colleges, universities should be asked to undo society's failure, and educators should be asked to examine the ethical foundations of their practices in this pandemic. Then come to the next aspect, which I would like to again further that discussion. As we know that we have ethical theories, many ethical theories are there. Now, students, I know that there are students. For students, one thing for our students, not for my colleagues, professors, but for our students, when you speak of ethics, we have theories of ethics. People divide ethics into descriptive ethics and prescriptive ethics. And in the prescriptive ethics, which is also known as normative ethics, there are norms. And normative ethics, people in the philosophies, as we teach, as we discuss, we divide into three. One is consequentialist ethics, other one is deontological ethical theory, and the third one is virtue ethical theory. There are three paradigms, three theories. Consequent ethics is something which the consequence is measured of the institutions, the actions, whatever you do. If the consequence is good or bad, you say things are good. So utilitarian approach is of the consequentialist approach, and that's one ethical theory. The second is the duty-based. This is the duty, it's obligation to do so, the deontological ethics. But as far as I am concerned, when it comes to education, I think what happens with the government policymakers, those who are in the chairs, in the higher helm of affairs and all, they look at the consequences, consequentialist ethics. And some teachers think that there is some of a duty-bound, obligation-bound theoretical framework for that. But I don't think when it comes to a pandemic, in this neo-normal, these two theories can help us. I will go for something a different theory, which is in virtue ethics, which Professor Aparajita Mukhopadhyay was referring to Bernard Williams and his agency, that notion. This is something to do with the virtue ethics. In my previous speaker had already highlighted about it. Let me come to that one. One result of this attention to normative concern has been a renewed interest in professional ethics. In education, as in other professional fields, an approach of moral philosophy that's an ethics of some form of practice can be derived from some more basic ethical theory. The usual main ethical theories that get placed in this paradigm are the consequentialist or the utilitarian and the deontological theories. In this view, we first learn the formal conditions of right action. We first learn the formal condition of right action, then apply these conditions in our practice. To be an ethical practitioner is to be able to choose the most philosophically justifiable ethical theory and apply it in dilemmas of educational practice and conduct. What happens here is that practices parasite upon theory, and thus fail to recognize that ethics of any form of professional practice is derived from the point or purpose of activity itself, not from some second order theoretical formulations. But utilitarian and deontological paradigms cannot help us in this time of new normal in the pandemic as we stand today on this 3rd of October 2020. We may have to take recourse to virtue ethics, which my previous speaker was referring to. For that, the best representative philosophical system which we can see is in India is Buddhist ethics, which is nothing but virtue ethics. I'm not going to highlight on this one. I'm going to say what happens here, how things are. I have only questions. How have only when I reflected about the pandemic, that what we value in these educational institutions, and these are my reflections as a student of philosophy. And I'm not going to say much on virtue ethics, but if you want to do something, you have to be a virtue ethicist to mend ways in this pandemic. Let's come to that one. Let us have a glance at what happened in these last 6 months or so. At global level, at the height of school closures worldwide in March, April 2020, over 1.5 billion, that means 150 crores of students representing 91% of the global population of the enrolled students from preschool through the higher education were prevented from attending schools, colleges, universities in person due to COVID-19 related school closures. Most countries, almost in April, end of April, 188 had instituted nationwide school courses, college courses, and many did not have any determinate date when to start again then at that time. Let us come to India. What happened? According to the report published by UNESCO in April 2020, over 32 crores, that means 320 million students and their families have been affected by physical school or college or university closures in India since mid-March 2020. 32 crores students were affected from our population. The report notes that students from class 9 to 12, were most severely impacted by this lockdown. More than 30 million children fall in this bracket in India. Means for those children, those who are in class 9, 10, 11, 12, they are 13 crores, means 130 million children fall in this category, which is also the level at which students write the board examinations. And India had 37.4 million, that means 3.74 crore students enrolled in higher education in 2019 and 2020. This is the statistics. I mean, the magnitude of students affected, magnitude of population got affected because of this one. See, 6 large countries, Australia, Greenland, Canada, Brazil, Russia, and US, allowed local or state, provincial, municipal, district decision-making about school closures. In India, India took a centralized decision. Even if the schools and majority of the universities are falling under state local administration. I'm not going to say anything about the merit of it, though I have very strong views on it. Let it be there. So what we value in this course down, children were affected, students were affected, and mind you, among us, our 32 crore means 230 million students were affected in all levels of our education in India. So what happened? What we valued most in our education? That's what, as a student of philosophy, I always ask. We had all our Senate meetings. We had a number of Senate meetings in IIT Bombay. We did not postpone things. We had our examination on time. Those students went home. We declared the results on time. We did not hold them back. We had the convocation. Our new session began. We were acting, we were debating, and we were thinking many things. What way we can do something for this lockdown period. The whole world was affected. The whole India was affected. And what we value schools and colleges for, that's my question. And that I am still asking. And let me share my concerns with you, my friends. These closures of schools and colleges have prompted educators, policymakers, parents, students to confront some basic questions about schools, colleges, educational ethics. Most fundamentally, what do we value schools for? That's the question. What do we value the schools for? What's it worth for? What is the worth of it? That's it. Consider the many functions that schools serve. Take into account all that we do. My campus, our students, those who are here on campus, we have 10,000 students on campus in IIT Bombay. Now, though they are not there now, 10,000 students are getting formed, educated, built. They get their ideas, they get formed, they get their formation in this campus. And including consider the functions of schools, including midday meal, teaching, training football teams, conducting examinations, declaring results, cultivating art and literary talents, having literary sports games, competitions, making differently abled children self-sufficient in special schools. We cannot just ignore the special schools role in India today. We know that, but special schools, connecting children with the speech and occupational therapists providing a refuge from home, enabling them to make friends with all segments of the society in the education institutions, giving them opportunity to have fun and frolic, and giving parents and guardians a break so they can go to work or do some household work done. If one define schools and colleges only as education institutions whose value lies in distributing learning, then one may worry in all of these settings that efficient school college based provision of care is a distraction from schools. Core task. I would argue, however, that this fails to recognize schools and colleges' roles as a social institution. Rather than trying to define and confine schools and colleges solely as only as distributors of learning opportunities. In other words, we should recognize that schools are an integral part of an ecosystem for supporting children's and society's current and future welfare, broadly speaking, in both care and learning as core components. Learning may be distinctive goal of schools and colleges, but it is not their only institutional value. I underline, learning is not the only institutional value. What happened in, after this one, we went for online education now. After the closure of the schools and colleges, we turn ourselves into online mode of teaching. In this, I have many questions. At least we are doing that much, but again, it questions me. Which of the schools and colleges services do we want to recover as they switch to remote and online operations? Which do we treat as dispensable until the pandemic recedes? Are our priorities specific to living in a pandemic, or might our choices reveal our aims for schooling even in non-COVID times? Because many are saying that online teaching you can help many. In the physical presence of the students in the schools and colleges, they grow in social, emotional, and mental health. It happens with the ongoing engagement by the teachers who have been a consistent presence in the lives of our children in the schools and colleges. Here, value lies in providing care first, physical, mental, emotional, and learning second. That's what. And here, value lies in providing care first, physical, mental, emotional, and learning second. Our director, Professor Subhashish Chaudhary, constantly writes to all the professors in IIT Bombay. Please keep in, because our students are always in their, they are in the homes, and they tell us, always keep in touch with your students. Research scholars, the PhD supervisor, or the other MTech supervisor should take care, and others, those who are in the undergraduate level, there is a faculty advisor. Take care of, ask them, keep in touch. And this value, physical, mental, and emotional, that care, that part of the education is what I value much more than sharing of informations. Schools and colleges, essential value is in providing care even when they cannot provide academics. It's not in providing academics in the absence of care. Researchers in education and technology also argued in the early weeks of shutting down our schools. Instead of moving classes online, there was a time when they be closed down the schools. There was no online teaching. And there was a paper by an MIT professor, Justin Wright. He puts it in this way. Invoking egalitarian concerns in favor of the least advantaged, Wright suggested that the number one question is not what technology, what tech to use to teach online. It should be, how will you support your most struggling students? How will you support your most struggling students? The least effective way to support struggling students, he then argued, is to conduct academic instruction online. That's only one thing, and we are doing that one. Many struggling students can't even get online. According to a study published in the Indian Express on the 13th of June 2020, about 56% of children were found to have no access to smartphones, which have emerged as an essential tool for online learning during coronavirus-induced lockdown. But according to a survey published in mid-August, recent, 2020, by the National Council for Education Research and Training in CERT, at least 27% students do not have access to smartphones, laptops, and online classes, while 28% have students and parents, the main concern is electricity fail. Intermittent lack of electricity is one of the major concerns hindering teaching online. But I do not trust the survey of government agencies now. Much of it is skewed and distorted. So I don't want to take anything from NCERTs, but I go back to the Indian Express survey report. And you know what happened? We made a survey of our, I said we have 10,000 students in this institute, those who are on campus, they all at home. And in the survey, 40% of these students, those who reach here, they are not the bottom line of the society. 40% of them had this problem of gadgets or net problem or problems like that, 40%. And among them, almost 10 to 15% were really in deep struggle. They had problems, real problems. So there was a drive, the alumni contributed, and 1,000 students were supported with gadgets, laptops, computers, or internet provisions. 1,000 students were helped so that they will pay the due after they get a job. But what I'm saying that even in this place, 40% of students had this problem. So you can imagine the magnitude of problem which our students are facing. And as an educator, as a teacher, as those who are educating youngsters for the bright future, we should be aware of it, especially teachers, those who do philosophy and the ethical side of it. Okay, that's what. Come, let us come back. I have another 15 minutes, right? Professor Sanya? Hello? Hello?
I think so.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, am I audible? I thought nobody is there. I got disconnected.
No.
Yes, you all are here.
I am on right track, right?
Yes.
Thank you. So there was no response. I thought, kahange. Okay, I come back. Okay, thank you. We know that the low and moderate income households with school-age children lacked high-speed internet. And surprisingly, these teens in these households are sometimes or often unable to complete homework assignments as a result. Furthermore, many students who may have been using a shared device, shared mobile, may now be competing for access with parents or siblings or other household members who also need it for work or school. You understand? Even if students had equal access to digital learning opportunities, this is internet access is one thing, but struggling learners tend to struggle even more. All students are not equal. In the classes, we know, we are teachers, we know that how we care for those students, those are weaker in studies. There are struggling students, maybe because of many parameters, many things, but how we care for the struggling students in our classes. Even if students had equal access to digital learning opportunities, struggling learners tend to struggle even more. And the struggle disproportionately to more advantaged learners when learning is solely online. Some advantaged learners, they can manage, they can get it, but there are weak students, and for them it's something really bad. And what happens with struggling learners? In our Indian scenario, struggling learners are disproportionately poor. That's what I have to understand. I have to educate myself. Struggling learners are disproportionately poor, and hence most likely or also at this time to be experiencing their time to be experiencing food, housing insecurity, the stress of parental layoff. Many are losing job, many lost a job, unemployment, engrossed responsibility for taking care of younger siblings or other vulnerable members, elders in the family, sick people in the family. for teens, for teens, pressure to get a job in a low-paid, low-skill essential service, such as food delivery, which I see in Mumbai now after the lockdown, in order to supplement the family income rather than attending virtual school or colleges after the unlock started. That's it. That's a reality. While younger students may not be skipping online classes in order to find paid work, they depend on parental or other close adult support in order to learn. So this is the situation. Given the concentration of disadvantage, low income, and academically struggling children are most likely to experience absence of schooling as absence of school relevant learning, as they may have few other opportunities to engage in rich academic learning experiences. Even if they have the motivation to pursue academic interests on their own, the low-income children often lack of reliable internet access through which they to develop their passion and skills, while schools and libraries are closed and social distancing is enforced. Their parents are also more likely to have lower levels of formal education and to be employed in essential jobs that require non-on-site work, like, grocery shop, help me aid here and there, and, leaving them less available to structure and supervise learning opportunities for their children, particularly if they are heading single parent households, as is also disproportionately true of families of low income and struggling students. So what I have noticed about education in this pandemic is this one. Online education has shifted to policymakers' decisions about schools, specifically as providers of academic learning. And this is what, what we started online teaching, we started everything online. So what happened? The other concerns of education. I'm not telling this is something wrong. I do not, it is not wrong. There is no other way. There is only this one. But what happened? There is a predicament, and we are in a predicament. And, especially policymakers, for them, who are maybe principal, maybe vice principal, maybe government officials, maybe or ministers, all of the online UGC, who are maybe. And, our decision about schools specifically as providers of academic learning, and that is not really the thing. This is the reality, and this is what I every day think. Is it? Are we? Where are we? Where are we going? And this sort of things, especially when it comes to our India. But let it be there. There is no way out. We have no other options. We have to think something. But the positive thing, I'm going to conclude, the positive thing about this pandemic and realization of what is happening now has made us realize certain things. When there is a storm, you know that something good will come out of that one. Then there is a pandemic. I think many of us, majority of the Indians, especially those who are teachers, they're aware of the real problems of our educational system. So this is what I am going to pinpoint, and I'm going to conclude. So a positive outcome of this pandemic, there are positive outcomes, and crisis can reveal disturbing sides of fragility and hidden reservoirs of strength. There is a fragility and there is a strength. School and college closures during this pandemic of COVID-19 have revealed both our weakness as well as our strength. The widespread long-term closing of schools and colleges has now revealed to the nation, all of us, those who are thinking people, especially those who are teaching in academics, nation, gross inequalities and iniquities that have always existed in the lives of the impoverished families and children. Suddenly, we see front page stories and read articles and papers in the internet and papers and internet access problem, food security problem, and mental health problem. All these things are coming. It was there. It has been there. It reveals and tells us the uncomfortable realities of realities of life beneath the surface, which we see, especially people like or we teachers, those who are educators. That's the first thing. So there is something, we know the realities now. We know that there is problem now. We know that teaching alone is the sole purpose or sole, what we can say, worth of the education. There is much more than that. Next point. The pandemic has intensified and broadened the socio-political and economic challenges to achieving substantive equality of education opportunity in deeply inequitable and unjust system such as in India. And we have, and I hope and pray this those who are the policy makers pay attention to, and they invest more into education, not cutting away from education finance and budget, but more into education and an integral development of our students. Our future shall be done. And the nation which doesn't invest on children, those who are promising and coming up, in terms of education and upbringing, it's not learning alone. Those systems, those hierarchies, I think they don't think about the future. So we educators and ethicists, we have a responsibility to remind the conscience of the higher ups and all of us. And if one says something, if I add, the voice becomes louder. And we may have to invest more. This pandemic has showed us that it's an inevitable thing, that we have to invest more on education, not only for learning, but for many other things to build the nation. That's my second point. What was said to be impossible in education is now here, and we must act for the stay of our reality. Educational ethicists have an important role to play. That's what I say. Educational ethicists have an important role to play in collaboration with educators, policymakers, parents, citizens, students, to help make a more ethical system our long-term educational reality or education reality. Fairness by itself is often an insufficient guide to ethical educational practices or policy, both because the concept is undetermined and because other values such as utility, care, democratic transparency also have weight. But it is also essential value to hold as we strive to create ethical, caring, learning-oriented school, college, university systems that would serve all students and families in service of equity and justice. And with this, I end what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your patient listening. And I have no solution, please. Philosophers do not have solutions. They ask questions, they ask themselves. And philosophers will only ask questions. They will not have answers. And don't expect any answers from me too. But this is the reality, what is happening. And one line I would like to say that we value not learning alone in the education institutions. There is much more than that. This is a life building of our nation and listening of our future. And this is what we have to pay attention to. And this is my take. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much, Aida, for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your excellent lecture. Sir, one of our participant in YouTube Live just want to know the methods to fulfill the self-exploration.
Self-exploration?
Yes, sir.
I don't understand what is this. What self-exploration?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what. Can you read chat to tweet them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What the individual wants to know? Self-exploration.
Mahfouz Akhtar asks, can you please describe the various methods to fulfill self-exploration?
I think I will say that all of us are exploring ourselves every day, and I don't know what method I will say. I'm not getting I'm not getting the nuance of it. Yes, so kindly excuse me.
Okay, sir. So one other. What are the basic assumption of the ethics?
Pardon?
What are the basic assumption of the ethics?
A basic assumption of the ethics. My predecessor, my one who spoke before me just now, Professor Mukhopadhyay, she was highlighting. Yeah, what is this one? Life is the most basic thing, and agency she was speaking about. So, what is the basic assumption? This is not some theories. It is not about theories. It is all about morality has always been connected not only with the law and politics, but also with the meaning of individual's life. Meaning of individual's life. This is not my quotation. This is from Bernard Williams, whom she was quoting. Okay, it's meaning of our individual's life and her relations to other people. And you know, this meaning of my life and my relation to other people, to you, to my students, to all of us. And that's the basis of ethics. That's what I say. It is not something about ethics, is all about our individual life. It's all our personal life. It's not a theoretical life. It's my relatedness to the you and to all of us. And I don't think all alone. And I cannot live as an island. My existence, you know, is the sense of my goodness, the sense of my bad, right, the sense of my injustice, all come only because of my relatedness to the other. When I see injustice, Samatya senses, when I see injustice, the notion of justice comes into me. So it's the ethics is life. You cannot divorce the meaning of life, the relatedness of yourself to others from your ethical life. That's what I say. I don't know whether I answered.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your lucid presentation. You have rightly pointed to the problems and challenges of struggling students facing at present situation and the problems we are facing and how to overcome the problems. We have learned a lot from you. Hope we will get you some of our future program. Thanks again, sir.
Thank you so much. I thank the authorities of the college and you, your department, and all of you, all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the person listening us. Thank you. Thank you.
Now I over to our honorable chairperson, Professor Shanyal.
Okay, so long I was listening to two wonderful lectures delivered by two young professors, Professor Aparajita Mukhopadhyay and Professor C.D. Sebastian. And both of them highlighted some of the very, very important aspects which are very relevant in this pandemic situation in the context of, we can say, professional ethics. Now, Professor Aparajita Mukhopadhyay was speaking on one of the very core concept of professional ethics, that is on moral decision, that is how to theorize systematically the very concept of decision, and actually how to put that understanding to actual application. And in this connection, she broadly presented before us three theories. One of the strong logical theory that is founded by the logicist. Secondly, she talked about the position of Hilary Putnam. And thirdly, she followed the path of, we can say, Bernard Williams. Now, actually, in all these cases, what we find, actually, in the case of professional ethics, whether one professional is situated in a pandemic situation or in a non-pandemic situation, in each and every situation, that professional has to take decision because it is a domain of application, because decision will decide his ultimate steps. So without taking decision, that is staying or remaining indecisive would not help. So in that case, the very discussion of this notion, I say, is really very important for this occasion. But actually, we know that when we are doing with professional ethics, as we are always tagging this expression ethics with professional, we are also carrying all the baggages of ethics into the domain of professional ethics. Actually, the real solution, of course, lies in some greater realm. That is actually in taking ethical decision, moral decision, whether in the realm of professional ethics or in our day-to-day life, whether I'm leading my own family life, whether I'm spending my time with my friends. Always I am interacting with other members of society. And at every step, we have to take decision. We are evaluating, we are judging, we are estimating. So in all cases, decision making, that is really very, very important concept in the realm of ethics. And so it must be also in the case of professional ethics. Now, yes, actually, there was a time when consequentialist approach or the approach of the utilitarians was considered to be the last answer from the point of view of morality or ethics. But gradually, again, we find that a realization has come upon us that we cannot disregard the moral agent. That is, character, his behavior, his conduct. These are really very, very important. Actually, that is the reason why we find revival of old virtue ethics in new mold. It is coming into different field. So actually when Professor Mukhopadhyay following the path of, or at least supporting, may not be, she will totally support the approach of Bernard Williams, but from her talk, it is quite evident that she is very much sympathetic with Bernard Williams. Of course, that agent has to be given important, because who is doing all these actions? Who is taking decision? Who is evaluating? Who is assessing? That who, that cannot be kept out of all these scenarios. So actually, her presentation was very lucid, and I don't think that it needs any further explanation. And I must congratulate Dr. Aparajita Mukhopadhyay for presenting such a lucid presentation. And secondly, I come to the deliberation given by Professor C.D. Sebastian. Now, from whom we also get some idea about educational ethics in this new normal in pandemic. And actually, he has raised a very, very genuine question that what can we value or what should we ultimately value? This is really a very important question. Actually, when I started my talk, when I was giving my lecture, one thing I tried to point out that though I'm talking about professional ethics as such and professional about the relation between professional ethics and values, I was just confining myself to these explanation and elaboration. But I think everybody is aware that pandemic has brought an end to our value system? Or are we to say that no, we are retaining the value system, but maybe with some modification, alteration, and expansion? This was my question. And of course, I didn't address that answer at all in my introductory lecture, because I was sure that I will get some answer from the speakers who will be presenting their viewpoints. So, all that I can gather from the lecture that has been delivered by Professor Sebastian and also from Professor Aparajita Mukhopadhyay, none of them are suggesting that total value system that that we that we develop, that we depend upon, that has broken down. It is not so brittle, it is not so fragile, but actually we are searching for new implications, new underlying ideas within that value system. And that is why when we are talking about in terms of virtue ethics, when we are talking about all the actual living problems, we are actually engaging in application of theories to stark realities of our life. And another thing, Professor Sebastian suggested some models, that is conservative model, liberal model, and radical model. And I think Professor Sebastian, as a Buddhist, he must be following Madhya that is middle path. So, from his lecture, I hope we can call him a liberal. I don't know whether he will accept my tag or not, but from his presentation, I find him to be quite bit liberal. Actually, that is what we need, that when our value system will not be totally depending on certain abstract ideas which are totally divorced from life, which are totally divorced from realities. But at the same time, we cannot be totally guided by certain experiences of this pandemic situation alone. There are, of course, other values, other perspectives which we need to take into consideration. So, this is what I have learned from these two deliberations, that this pandemic has taught us to be little bit, we say, little bit expansionist in that sense. That is, we will make our mind, our understanding, our horizon little bit wide, we will widen it, and that is broadening, widening of our perspective that will enable us that with sufficient strength to cope with this pandemic situation. So if anybody has any question and if time permits, this is all depending on Madam Joita. She will be here decision maker. So I hand it over to Joita.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for all of your lucid presentation. Thank you, Professor Aparajita Mukhopadhyay, my teacher professor. Thank you, Professor Indrani Sharma, my teacher professor. And thank you, sir, C.D. Sebastian, to here with us. And we are also looking forward to hear all of you in our future webinars. Thank you for your presence. Thank
Yes.
you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sanya. It was so wonderful. You wound up it very well. So good to hear. Nice to see you again.
That is true.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again, Professor Mukhopadhyay.
And we should, definitely.
Missing Yadavpur. This year, I thought there would be a seminar. We can't come, right? So nice. Thank you. It was wonderful, huh?
Thank you, sir. Can I proceed,
Yeah,
ma'am?
please.
Before we started, I request all the participants, please ask relevant question and mention the name of the speaker while asking. Now, with due permission with Professor Mukhopadhyay, we go for our second technical session, that is paper presentation session. For this session, I request Professor Mukhopadhyay to chair over the session. Now, without taking much more time, with the permission of the chairperson, I called upon the our presenters. Our first paper presenters, Mrs. Apurna Sadhu. Can you hear, ma'am? Yes.
Yes.
Please proceed.
May I start?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon to all. May I audible, Joyita?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to all, respected chairperson and my learned audience. Myself is Dr. Aparna Shadri, Assistant Professor, Department of Philosophy, Bashanti Devi College. At first, I would like to thank New Alipore College who organized this wonderful webinar and give me a chance to share my view in front of you. Thank you. Today, my topic is thoughts to meet the post-COVID-19. Advancement in science and technology has created unique position for human beings in this planet. We are blessed with the scientific invention which have made our day-to-day life comfortable as well as empowered us with machines of different types, with the help of which we have been able to dominate the earth over other animals. As a result, atomic explosions, deforestation, industrial pollution, overpopulation, etc., have led to change in a natural ecosystem. All of these changes are inextricably linked to the health of human societies. Under this situation, scientists and policymakers are constantly trying to make men understand, and harm to nature often results in harms to humans. Human beings should also remember that to maintain the ecological balance, man does not occupy the supreme positions in the world, but he is only one among other species and elements of nature, not for the sake of human beings only, but for the sake of nature itself. In this context, a question may be raised from the standpoint of environmental ethics. If we do say that nature should be preserved in order to preserve a sense of human existence, then care for nature becomes only a means to the end of preservation of human existence. Anthropocentric, from a philosophical viewpoint, argues that human beings are the central entities in the world. This human-centric or anthropocentric view was very much popular and was supported by Christianity. Peter Singer writes that in the early books of the Bible and the philosophy of the ancient Greek, particularly that of Aristotle, put humans at the center of the moral universe. Thomas Aquinas too followed Aristotle, and in addition to Aristotle, Aquinas wrote in his major work, Summa Theologica, that human supreme positions accords with God's comment. But imagine a world with anthropocentric being dominant. See the slides, please. But there are philosophers and thinkers who do not support this anthropocentric view and hold that it is not just to hold that only human beings are of intrinsic value. Sometimes it is of intrinsic value if it is good or desirable in itself. So, non-anthropocentric view try to extend an ethics beyond human beings as only sentient creatures. Albert Schweitzer used a phrase reverence for life, which may be said to be the best known defense of an ethics extends to live all living things. According to him, we must have the same reverence for life towards all will to live as towards my own. Although Leopold felt the necessity of a new ethics which will deal with man's relation to land and to the animals and plants which grows upon it. He also proposed land ethics, which includes ethical values towards soil, water, plants, animals, or collectively the land. Later, Adanes wrote a brief article distinguishing between shallow and deep ecology. Shallow ecological thinking reflects a view of old, traditional, anthropocentric ideas, whereas deep ecology captures a holistic view which values the biosphere for its own sake and not for the sake of human beings only. An understanding of ethical ethics with a wider view of reference to every member of ecosystem leads us to reaccess our notion of the goal of our life. Real achievement of life is not something material, but the development of one's own abilities. If we look into Indian philosophical texts, we find verses strongly supporting the holistic view that all beings exist by the love of God who resides in all bodies. Today, in our life, we are all suffering from the anthropocentric view. Human beings with their nature, greed, violence, inventions of technology has the power to conquer
অন করো, বলছি অন করতে তোমাকে।
Maybe someone
এটা কি
unmuted
জানি না।
this mic.
আবে অন করো, এটা কি?
Sorry. Uh, so, human beings, with their nature, greed, violence, inventions of technology, has the power to convert the earth materially. With the discovery of new technology, people started using them endlessly. That may cause a huge destruction or problem in the environment. One of the example is that present situation where people are getting affected by the COVID-19. In India, every single day, large number of people are getting affected by the virus, and some of them also dying. We look forward to future disease-free world. To overcome this pandemic situation, we have to look back to ancient India. Indian sages had deep respect for nature. Manu Samhita, Atharva Veda, Jaina and Buddhist literature all are enriched with verses which offer love and respect to each element of the universe. It was a part of their lifestyle to love and care nature. We should be proud of our ancient Indian culture and heritage and try to follow their advices to build up a new world which will combine advancement of civilization together with love and reverence to nature and Mother Earth. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aparna madam. Now our next presenter, Shayan Chatterjee or Moinak Vishwas, who wants to present. Please proceed with your paper.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. This is Shayan, and I'm going to be presenting my paper. Ma'am, is my presentation visible?
Yes. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Shayan. This is Shayan Chatterjee. I am currently employed in Cognizant Technology Solutions as a senior system engineer. Today, I am here to present on the topic role of media after the COVID-19 situation. Fake news is a current phenomenon, though dates back hundreds of years ago. We understand that fake news and other types of false information can take on different faces. They can also have major impacts because information shapes our world views. We make important decisions based on these informations. We can form an idea about a people or a situation by obtaining information. So if the information we see on the web media is inverted, false, exaggerated, or distorted, we won't make good decisions. This is a graph that is showing the country-wise CFR infected as infected. So as we see that the mortality rates are increasing day by day with every passing day, the mortality rates are increasing. However, the infected rate is also growing exponentially. This graph is formed on the basis of the database that we collected from several websites, from several surveys, and along with several data sets, merging them with the same formula and getting a constant rate and plotting this graph. This is the CFR in major country maps. So we see over here at the end, we see that these are the deaths recorded, and these are the presentations that we have um, represented as per the graph and as per the fatality. So the deep blue has the most fatal cases amongst the ones over here. However, the with this color, it's the minimum. However, as we see that, overall the COVID situation has been such a deep impact that it has left a deep scar on everyone. So this is the fake news worldwide during COVID. So this is an estimation, and this is also plotted by simple data set and performing several data analysis algorithms on this particular data set. And so this is on the basis of the number of beds available. So this graph is a little shrimped and contracted. If we enlarge this graph, we will see that these are several highs and lows. The high points increasingly indicate the fact that the number of media reports that are presenting the reports as this is a report of the beds available in hospitals. So in these in the high peaks, we can understand that the media presenting the news that there are lack of beds, or essentially there are no beds for the COVID patients, and that thereby increasing demonstrator and several headache on every patient and their family, that will they be treated. Especially this is a major concern in developing countries like ours, India. So this is the fake news on Corona India. This is also similarly based on dataset algorithms that we have run on several datasets that we collected from several websites, and several algorithms being run and taking their aggregate and plotting it against it. So these high peaks actually indicate the number of fake news that are being circulated either by electronic media or by WhatsApps or by any other forms, wherein these are creating havoc massacres among the patients, among the crowd, among the citizens of India. We also have plotted several graphs, and have we also have made hospitals. We also have collected data as per our data sets, and found that, you know, according to the media reports, there are a few, say for example, there are x number of beds available. However, from the reports that are present on the hospital websites, or from the culinary data that we have collected, we see that it's more than x, at least x plus delta x, that is the number of beds that are available. So essentially, we can actually understand that these fake news are creating a enormous tenacity in among the situation of Indians, especially in West Bengal. So this is the fake news establishment of the fake news, and around the world how this has affected. So the majorly we can see that this particular region is affected by these, and this fake news not only exaggerates the situation that we are going through, it actually creates a deep impact on the mental stress of every individual. So even if, say for an example, if somebody is not being affected with the coronavirus but has mild symptoms, the person might be in deep stress that he might have been affected and might take several measures. So that can be very drastic, leading to several consequences to either their family and anybody involving with them. So this is a fake news tracker. So this particular model we have created, and this is the model that we have used to identify the fake news tracker. And this is simply an algorithm by process of machine learning and deep learning using the artificial intelligence. So here we have the data sets, and we use the NLI models, and then we get a pseudo labeled data set, and essentially we then process to the fine-tuned models, and then we have several fixated data sets, and then we run those data sets for the post-process transitive relationships, and we come up with a prediction, and we can plot these predictions on the graph, and we can essentially see that the fake news that we are getting, or that is being circulated, is in tremendous amount, and that is actually affecting a lot. So this is just the graph that has been plotted um, as per this prediction that we have run using the machine learning and the deep learning algorithms using the artificial intelligence. We have plotted, and we have seen that the fake news that are negatively put to the large masses are in high numbers. So this is the bar graph that has been plotted, and again for this as well, this is for the fake news that we have come up, and this is the bar graph that has been plotted against the true news that we have come up. So essentially, the role of media is the only way of information. Only fake news is the one of the drawback of the media nowadays, because media is exaggerating a lot of facts. They're inverting and sometimes also presenting us with distorted or false facts, that is creating a huge massacre amongst the Indians, especially. So electronic media, newspapers, social media are the main way of these spread of these newses. So a lot of research work has been done for this, including theoretical and practical information being served to every individual by surveys, by um, by their social media networks. And due to this COVID-19 situation, these fake news are creating a havoc stress or mental stress not only on the individual, but the individual that I'm sorry, but the family members, friends concerned with that individual, thereby creating a major issue and a major havoc. Thank you so much. Are there any questions for me?
I think we must first hear all the papers, then we will try, if the time permits, on the discussion about the papers.
Absolutely, ma'am. So I hereby conclude my presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity.
So next is Rakhi Goel. I request Rakhi Goel to start her paper.
Okay, ma'am.
Please start.
Okay, ma'am. I'm sharing screen. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Rakhi Goyal, Research Scholar, Department of Political Science, Jaina and Vyas University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. I am presenting research paper on the topic Behavior Pattern within Social Environment in New Normal Era. As we know, human values, morality and ethics are the basic characteristics of human being. Every human have a sense of humanity, so we are called human. According to P. Jamam, human values is defined as a principle that promote well-being or prevent harm. The 5 core human values which are expected in all human beings all are conduct, peace, truth, peaceful, coexist and discipline. Similarly, ethics are accepted standards of personal and business behavior, values and guiding principles. Human values and morality are intrinsic, while ethics are set up by the social experts and organizations. Ethics include manners and social rules. Integrity, honesty, transparency, respectfulness toward job, confidentiality, objectivity are the most important component of professional ethics. In new normal era, there is a crisis in the real of human behavior. Reason of this crisis is that no one want to follow ethics, values and morality because they are in new normal era. According the most people, human values, ethics are not practical nowadays. For new generation, social rules and cultural traditions are old fashioned. Another reason of the crisis is that fair competition has transferred in rivalry. Nobody want to see other succeed, for that is competition fiercely. Mismanagement of inequality in our society is also a reason of the crisis. When inequality is not properly managed, conflicts arise in society due to jealousy. Main reason of the crisis is greed, selfishness and corruption. People want to be successful without working hard, so they misconduct. There is also a crowding effect in our society, so people show resemblance in behavior to achieve common interest. Pandemic further fire and shows our socio-economic environment. Economy is passing through as a phase of depression. Large number of people have become unemployed. In this situation, people is finding it difficult to protect himself, so they cannot think about benevolence. Good behavior cannot be expected in these circumstances. There is need to overcome the crisis of human behavior to preserve social environment. We cannot forget morality and humanity to do pandemic. Doing this can make a situation more deadly. We have to adopt sustainability in human relations.
We have the decide wisely what to do for whom, where, and when. For example, Sonu Sood has done a great work for humanity during lockdown in Mumbai. There is also a need to modify social rules and professional framework the cope human behavior in new normal era. In the real of human behavior, the rule of action and reaction is most effective. We have to be positive with the behavior of our employees. Also, there is a basic requirement of ethics and human values for every institution, but there are some obligation of employers in new normal era. We have to analyze instant of people. We have to be allot work of their instant to get more output. The process of allotment of work must be based on level of intelligence. We have to place merit truly. We have the developed ability to detect fake. There may be some difficult people, but we have to use them in proper way instead of punish them. We have to be role model for their employees. Then the respect our decisions. Human behavior also depend on mentality and habits. Mentality can be changed by introducing new ideas and technology. We require a mentor who can do this work effectively. Behavior also depend on the institutional atmosphere. Environmental audit must be compulsory for every institution, so the impurities of our social environment can be detected. We have the introduced SM techniques in our institution to improve performance. We have to be attention on human welfare development and training of our workforce in every organization. Yoga and games should be a part of professional life with office work. Yoga and games may be useful to overcome irritation and conflicts. Conclusion is that development of ethics, morality and human values can make a man extraordinary, but
Hello.
Rakhi Goyal is not audible. There is some technical problem, I think.
there is technical problem, ma'am. We are trying to resolve. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rakhi Goyal. And next, Dr. Lokesh Jain, please proceed with your paper. Lokesh Jain, are you there? Mr. Lokesh Jain? Next, Mritika Chatterjee. Mritika Chatterjee, please proceed with your paper.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, perfectly.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to thank New Alipore College.
Lokesh Jain, Mr. Lokesh Jain, please, after that, please come after that.
Okay.
Mritika, please proceed.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank New Alipore College for giving me this opportunity. My paper is titled Professional Ethics, the Role of Emotions. One of the salient developments in the study of morality is the growth of interest among the philosophers in applied ethics. Within the domain of applied ethics, there lies professional ethics. The special notion of professional ethics rests upon the idea of difference in general and professional moral codes. So it is a matter of controversy whether there are special professional rules separate from universal laws, which indicates towards an autonomy of professional ethics. Now, when we talk about professional ethics, few laws are prescribed for particular occupations. For example, in a doctor-patient relationship, there are certain principles such as autonomy, beneficence, equality, justice, confidentiality, and most importantly, informed consent. Similarly, in a teacher-student relationship, there must be humanity, trust, truthfulness, fairness, respect, etc. There are indeed some moral codes which are applicable in general, such as do not harm on others, do not cheat on others, but these are not applicable in certain complex situations, such as in the case of baby doe. There are indeed some moral codes that include all of us, such as do not harm on others, which I've already said. But even within the professional codes, there are difficult situations such as informed consent does not work for or does not always work for terminally ill patients, which is called therapeutic privilege. Thus, the aim should be correct decision making in a practical professional context. It is an art of evaluating and choosing among the alternatives in a manner that is consistent with the ethical values applicable in that particular situation. But how are we relating emotions to the domain of morality? One approach is to first define morality and then say that emotions that respond to the moral transgression or that motivate moral behavior is called moral emotions. So morality is usually understood in two ways. First is to set out the formal conditions to make an utterance a moral statement. And second, to specify the material conditions of a moral issue. For example, rules and judgments must bear the welfare and interest of the society. The second approach is more appealing because it does not link morality to language, allowing space for moral emotions. Though I would also like to urge that emotions are always also expressed in articulation and in language. Though emotions cover a disputed territory, they do take part in practical decision making by acting as enabling causes, by directing attention to a certain objects of thought away from others. Emotions also act as evaluative agents by representing an object to be positive or negative, so it gives us an idea whether to bring about or avoid a particular action. Everyone agrees that professional ethics involving matters of life, death, professional loyalties, intercommunication, bonding do often arouse emotional responsible. What is not agreed upon is whether or how we should weigh the emotions in trying to resolve our ethical dilemma. A completely rationalistic view dismisses the role of emotions by saying that arguments are one thing and sentiments another, and nothing fogs the mind so vigorously as emotion. So some hesitantly admit the inevitability of emotions, but vigorously resist employing them. Just as James Rattle says, we must be suspicious of them and try much not to employ emotions in our decision making. But the role of emotions is also supported by moral psychology. Following Darwin's lead, psychologists consider emotions to be one of the most important aspects of survival of individuals and of groups. Without emotions, human beings would not care enough to stay alive, create kinship, do better in any occupation, pursue arts, science, literature, or even philosophy. The existence of complex subsystems in human occupation, both in personal and professional life, seems as an overall advantage because one system serves as the corrective measure of the another. In any professional engagement, we often face with different kinds of distraction, and our emotions energize our ethical quest. So we can say that the specificity of moral thinking, what gives our individual oughtness, is personal emotional investment. When emotions infuse with evaluated judgments, it gives us a prescription of what is to be done. Moreover, it appears that the building blocks of moral thinking are infused with emotions, as an event in our professional lives is often linked with thoughts and emotions which get stored up in our long-term memory. So a feeling about something is highly dependent on that. So any discussion we make in our occupational sphere is infused by our past experiences of emotions associated with it. In our fast-pacing culture, the greatest threat is this devaluation of emotions. Numbness, isolation, or disassociation between thinking and feeling is a warning signal for moral collapse. Emotions induces people for a drastic revision of their moral ideas. For example, experiences of love and concern at what happens to the AIDS patient, a dying old person in a hospital, or comparatively less intelligent student may cause a reappraisal in our moral thinking. Sometimes emotions can mentor another. Love, sympathy, and empathy together neutralize the negative emotions. For instance, in the treatment of COVID patients, empathy overcomes the fear of being contaminated. Even negative emotions like anger can transform sadness and apathy into active aspiration. So I would like to conclude by saying perhaps the best policy would include both trusting and being skeptical about one's capacities and reactions, because individuals are far more complex than single line thinking. However, we must continually compare the rational arguments to critical reasoning, as well as the new ideas based on emotions would continually be checked and adjusted. According to Mary Migley, solving moral problems involves three inseparable aspects, which she calls a unity of enterprise. First, the changing view of the facts. Second, the change of feelings. Third, the change in actions arising out of a changing sense of what action can decently be contemplated and what cannot. She says that the problem lies when we try to separate these three and put them in competition with one another instead of investigating on the highly complex relation between them. There are both having side and doing side of the professional moral self. The having side is formed by previous experiences with emotion infused with it, and the doing side of the moral self, which is the actual performance, which is highly dependent on the having side. So it would be artificial to separate both of them. Thank you.
Thank you. All the paper presenters, please introduce yourself first and then present your paper. And all are requested to maintain the proper time limit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next paper presenter is Dr. Lokesh Jain.
Hello, I am Dr. Lokesh Sen. I am audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I am from Gujarat Vidyapeeth, Ahmedabad. This is the land of Mahatma Gandhi. So my paper is Gandhian thoughts on professional ethics and human values in socio-economic environment. Dear friends, we know our present social economic environment is facing the problem of professional ethics and human values. In absence of these values, we are facing many problems. Uh, we are in the race of materialistic achievements without social surrounding or environment prosperity. We are living in the culture of survival of fittest, while we have the very rich culture of live and let live culture. So, in the present era, Gandhian thoughts is more relevant, even in post COVID-19 operations. Gandhi shows the way through uh, Sarvodaya to Swaraj. Uh, some points I want to share with you on the basis of Hind Swaraj, Gram Swaraj, and his 11 votes. In Hind Swaraj, Gandhi says one word: civilization. What means of civilization? Civilization what represents the coexistence of human being as individual and with the interest of society as well as the existence of the nature. So all these things, uh, Gandhi again advocate these things in 11 words that the mandatory or compulsory applications in the life, even in sustainable livelihood behavior or social harmony behavior. The some words are like non-possession, non-violence, and truth is the base of the livelihood behavior, while non-possession is a behavior that maintain the social and economic equity in the society. Next one is dignity of the bread labor. Dignity of the bread labor is concerned with our uh, economic behavior, uh, economic disparity, and social disparity also. Like this, removal of untouchability. Uh, he also advocates the fearless environment through application of the Swadeshi. We know self-sufficiency and Swadeshi are the main mantra given by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in our new economic and other development policies. So next, in Gram Swaraj, he give an integrated model for rural development or entire development. If village industries will be developed, agriculture and animal husbandry will be developed, people will satisfy their need in their local environment and strengthen their environment or local inputs. Then we can assure local and vocal both in our country. So this is the need of present environment. We can maintain by this social justice. We can maintain our nature. Instead of profit, we should care the human being, human-centered economy. Now, I would like to conclude my thing only. When we care our nature, when we care our social interest with the humanitarian values, we can save our environment, we can save our existence or through coexistence. This is one of the message which Gandhi gave more than 100 years ago. So we need to adopt this philosophy instead of like this in economic environment, economic mass production. Instead of mass production, we should use the production by mass philosophy. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next paper presenter is Dr. Bishnupriya Temni. Please proceed with your paper.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I, Dr. Vishnupriya Timani, feel privileged to get the opportunity to listen such an eminent academicians, and I would like to share my screen. Will you allow, ma'am?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Not yet. Yes, yes.
Okay. The topic of my study is impact of psychological engagement of college students in virtual learning, a case study on girls' college. Attending online classes every day has become a new normal for students during the pandemic in India. As a result, education has changed dramatically with the distinctive rise of e-learning. This is the matter of paying attention that how adaptation of virtual learning would affect the students' academic interest. This research paper enlightened the effect of virtual learning on students' academic learning on students' academic learning in India. Analysis of the student psychological engagement towards learning during COVID-19 pandemic to identify the interest and attitude towards using virtual learning resources at college level and to find the usefulness of virtual learning in overall grooming of the students. Quantitative research method has been used for the study. College students formed the population and simple random sampling technique used for data collection. The data was collected from the students of Kanodia PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya Jaipur, and the data was analyzed and used the statistical techniques of frequency and presentation percentage score. As you can see, the analysis of the data. The main reason for virtual learning is that the students can learn at their comfort and requirement. In this context, the improvement of students' interest attitude towards virtual learning is visible to you in table number 1. Among 125 respondents, around 76.8% of students reported their willingness to learn from e-resources. Around 15.2% of them were opined in somewhat they are learning from e-resources because there are no other alternative option. Since the classes and education institutes are closed due to corona, they have only depended on virtual learning. And only 8% of them were not willing to learn because of lack of connectivity. It is evident from the table 1, a maximum number of respondents are engaged to learn from e-based learning because they get time flexibility, comfort zone in this. Now, moving to table 2, the main reason of virtual learning is that the student can learn at their comfort and requirement that I have said earlier. And in this context, the improvement of a student's self-study skill through virtual learning is presented in table 2. Among 125 respondents, around 73.6% of students have reported their self-study skills to improve because of virtual learning. Around 20% of them were opined in somewhat they are learning from resources because there are no other alternative. And only 6.4% them were not supposed that the e-source alone can improve their self-study skill. So it is evident from the table 2, a maximum number of respondents are viewed that e-based learning improved their self-study skills. Now moving to level 3. As we all know that learning is a process of acquiring knowledge and enhancing the skills and improvement of their career. But in this situation, the area of teaching in classroom, all education institutes are forwarded to the virtual learning environment, illustrating attitude towards the preference of their learning environment. Would they like to go on virtual learning or would they prefer the classroom learning? So among 125 respondents, only 17.6% prefer virtual learning and nearly 82.4% of them prefer classroom learning. From this evidence, it is noted that the most of students prefer to classroom learning environment rather than virtual learning. So here are my findings. The study found that the virtual learning provided time flexibility to the students and it motivated students to do their work without others' help. Second, virtual learning has inevitably increased the amount of time spent by the student on digital devices every day. And the last, the most important thing, that the students missing the college co-curricular activities, which helps them for personality grooming. So here I'm concluded that the study showed that the virtual learning is a system that provide time flexibility to the students for their learning and motivate them to do their work without other helps. But it also concluded that it can't replace the offline teaching and face-to-face interaction, and consequences of excessive internet use fall under the main categories of social, physical health, psychological, and mental problems. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next paper presenter is Shushmita Bhattacharjee. Please proceed with your paper.
Yes, ma'am. Can I audible?
Yes, of course.
Good afternoon, all. I am Shushmita Bhattacharjee, faculty of Department of Economics, Netaji Shatobashiki Mahavidyalaya. First of all, I thanks organizer of this program to give me an opportunity. The title of my paper is Domestic Violence Against Married Women During Pandemic COVID-19 Situation of West Bengal. A study of 90 women of North Chobbish Parganas districts in West Bengal. Now we are understanding what is violence. Violence is defined by the World Health Organization as intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual against oneself, another person, against a group or community that either result in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, like that death, physiological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. Domestic violence, that means DV, can be described as the power misused by one adult in a relationship to control another. Violence can take the form of different like physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional, physiological abuse, threats, stalking, and cyber stalking. Now we consider the objective of the study. The main objectives are to identify the major causes of domestic violence against married women. Next, to examine socio-economic condition of the victims, to understand their mental health condition also, and lastly, to suggest some policy to reduce DV. Now, data and methodology. The study is mainly based on primary data. Data were collected from household survey through a structured questionnaire and personal interview method. A multi-stage technique is used to select a total of 90 married women of Bamungachi, which is located Barasat Development Block of North Chobbish Parganas, West Bengal. And also collected last 3 years data, which are registered in Dattabukur police station, which is the nearest police station in the survey area. Domestic violence, this survey had been carried out during 1st April to 15 July. The relevant secondary data sources are WHO, National Family Health Survey, and NCRB. Now, result and findings. The collected primary data are analyzed under different subsections to infer result of the study. Section A analyzed the socio-economic characteristics of the sample, and Section B analyzed the government institutions, role of government institutions. The total number of sample size, that is n equals to 90. And in case of age variable, the lower boundary is 18 years and upper boundary is above 43. The maximum percentage is 22.22%, which is belonging to the 28 to 33 years married women, and they are abused by their husband. Next, I incorporate the education variable and classify it in 4 categories. One is illiterate. And from the primary data, it is observed that 16.67% is illiterate, and maximum victims are only past the primary level of education. The percentage is 51.11%. And secondary education level has passed the 21.1%, and lastly the higher education level is the percentage is 11.1%. So from the primary data, it is can easily say that the more than 50% are passed only the primary level of the education. Next, the income structure of the family is incorporated. From the primary data, it is also shown that 45% of family are not capable to earn rupees 10,000 per month. This research paper also analyzed the different pattern of abuse in case of DV, and also critically examined the sampling data. I ranked them and find the result that the first one is physical abuse, and the 41.11% are lying there. That means 41% are abused by physical. And second one is economic abuse, that is 24.44%, and emotional abuse is 33.33%. Fourth, sexual abuse is 8.9%. And there is no case of 0 victims in case of cyber stalking, because primary survey was done in rural areas and victims are marginalized people. Often they do not have smartphone. Next, we consider the government institutions incorporated, that is our police station, and we get from last 3 years data that is there is continuous rising the DV in married women. Lastly, conclusion and policy prescription. The research suggests that in the present Indian rural setting, solution to much of domestic violence must be found within the family setting and within the community setting. The result of this study, though limited by lack of multivariate analysis to establish significance of factors, the following policies may be suggested for improvement of physical and mental health of the victims. The suggestions are, the policies are, family counseling cell or unit and the National Central Social Welfare Board initiated a nationwide effort to fund their cell in and around police station or voluntary organizations in response to perceived increase in the family and marriage related crimes and disputes, and also provide quicker solution. And next, generating public awareness on domestic violence as a violence of human rights. And lastly, the issue of developing new skills and training of the services providers has to be addressed decisively. This area has been addressed to a large extent by the NGO sector, that with state or agencies to provide regular training, because our main motto is to create all women are self-reliant. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you. Our next paper presenter is Debopama Bosch. Debopama, please proceed with your paper.
Okay, so am I audible?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, okay. Right, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm Debopama Bose, and I'm a PhD research scholar at the Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. And the title of my paper is From the Indian Perspective, the Pandemic and the Philosopher's Role in Infusing Positivity into the Mass. So what I will do is I will just give you a brief outline of what's there in my paper. Okay. So there are four parts in my paper that I have, discussed. Firstly, I've discussed about India's condition, that India being a developing country, it is overpopulated, and then it is suffering from poverty, illiteracy, and then lack of hygiene. I mean, hygiene cleanliness is something, too much to ask for in India. And we all know how people spit in public, urinate in public, defecate in public. So now that so these things have, I think, are responsible for making the fight against coronavirus for India more challenging and more intimidating. And now that maintaining cleanliness and hygiene, these things are the preventive measures. Now I guess people are getting a good reason to adopt something good, a good practice. So secondly, I have talked about a philosopher's role. Okay, so now that during this period, this coronavirus situation, there are so many experts who are already talking about coronavirus, this pandemic, talking about solutions and everything. So what does a philosopher has to contribute? Well, firstly, I should say philosophy and philosophers, they are not detached from the practical issues, and a philosopher also dwells in a society, and he also feels the urge to speak his heart out and join hands with other experts and do his bit. And philosophers lookout is wisdom, attaining wisdom, and wisdom is not only in acquiring a lot of knowledge. Wisdom also includes living a good life. So what a philosopher can do here is a philosopher can morally support you at this moment. He can analyze your problems, come to the roots of the problems, and then he can show you, ideals and principles, and then he can help you stick to the righteous path. So I think that is why a philosopher should also take part in discussions about coronavirus right at the moment. Okay, so thirdly, I have tried to talk about some of the problems that have come up recently during this period. Problems like there was an increased amount of theft and crimes. Then people started, storing things more than they needed. Then okay. And then there were cases of violence, domestic violence. And I would like to say that the Hindu published on June 24th on its online portal, I'm sorry, that 1477 cases of domestic violence had been reported by women between the period of March 25th and May 31st, which is higher than that of the last 10 years. And then also there were 300 people who were unaffected by coronavirus who died, who committed suicide between March 19 and May 2. This was reported by the Economic Times. Okay. So if we take a look at Indian philosophy, we'll see that there are the principles of asteya, which says that you should not be stealing. Okay, can I just take a sip of water? I'm so sorry. Yeah, so where was I? Yes. And then there were the principles like aparigraha, where you should not be accepting more than is necessary. Then there are the principles like ahimsa, non-violence, satya, you should always speak the truth. You should be truthful in everything that you do. And there are the concepts of dana. There's also zakat in Islam philosophy, where you should do charity. Then there's shaucha, where you should. Okay, am I audible or have I been muted?
No, audible.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. So these principles are already there. People can, people can follow these principles and stick to the righteous path. Lastly, I have talked about a dilemma which I guess people are facing at the moment. That is, should people stick to the duties and what ought to be done, the principles, or should they cater to their own needs? So an absolutist would say, no, you should always stick to your duties. A relativist would say, no, do what is needful. You don't have to look at the duties all the time. But I think situational ethics can give us the solution here. I think a person should use his rationality and do and choose between the horns of the dilemma, whichever horn seems for him to be more important, to have more weight for him. He should do that first. And I think while passing legal judgments and moral judgments, I think this should be kept in mind that this is a very tough situation that people are going through, a very unprecedented situation. And I think people should be considerate and empathetic, and people should love each other. And we can get over this darkness very soon. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Devapoma. Now our next paper presenter is Pooja Tripathi. Please proceed with your paper.
Okay, ma'am.
Pooja Tripathi, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay.
My name is Pooja Tripathi, research scholar from Banaras Hindu University. My topic is role of ethics to show the reality in media. Media is the medium that has the power to change the world. As we all know, media is the most rapid means of exchange of information in modern society. Media have different meaning and interpretation exist for it. For our framework, it is a group that construct messages with embedded values and that separate those messages to a specific portion of the public to achieve goals. If I discuss about the reality and its role in media, so the main process of reality is the social construction. Scholars have looked at how well the media reflects reality. The focus has been on the news and how good a job it does in presenting a correct picture of real world. Those exposed to a true picture are then expected to remember it as they saw, heard it, and use that faithful recreation in their own life, especially in political decision making. These all things in media, if media is following code of conduct, but right now, if we discuss about what media actually does, in simple form, I am able to elaborate here in one line. Media does actually cut sorting of news over showing in advertisement never speak about the negative aspects of the product in any advertisement. The common people believe the news given by the media. So the media should be very careful giving any news to the public. They have to cover important happening in all the field around the world. The media person should be courteous in giving unbiased news to the common person. The main objective of media help common people to exchange information and it acts as a common platform. But due to some bogus news given in the newspaper may rises blood pressure and create negative feeling in the media. So I would like to say media may cause health problem also. But I would like to also say that media is the nervous system of the country. So it is compulsory for media to show the reality in their news. And it is impossible without ethics. Hello.
Please
Hello.
proceed. Audible. Pooja Tripathi, are you there? I think there is some technical issue. Okay. Please, our next paper presenter, Shruti S. Please proceed with your paper. Miss Shruti S, are you there? Okay. Then our next paper presenter, Monalisa Bandyopadhyay. Please proceed with your paper.
Am I audible?
Yes, perfectly.
Thank you. I am Monalisa Bandyopadhyay, PhD research scholar from Jadavpur University. And my paper is Ethical Dilemma Due to COVID-19 Pandemic. Ethical dilemma occurs when we try to choose between two probable imperatives, neither of which is unambiguously acceptable or preferable. But in the present pandemic situation, we also face ethical dilemma with regard to decision making. Let's clarify. We all know about the present pandemic situation due to COVID-19, which is an infectious disease. The disease mainly spreads among individuals when they are in close distance. It also spreads very rapidly through the air, cough, talk, breathe. So it is very risky to the caregiver of COVID-19 patients. It is very dangerous because it can transmit numerous people in a moment. And there is no proper medicine or vaccine as yet to recover from this disease. This is very simple to thought that in this situation, the caregiver, mainly doctors and nurses, are in highly risk because they close to infected patients in all the time. Moreover, there is a connection between the patient, the doctor, and the third person also. So there is an ethical problem about the role of caregiver for patients and others. So in this situation, what we ought to do as a human being, we can't escape from our duty. We all are a member of particular moral community. As a member of moral community, we all have some moral responsibility. But when we making a decision, there is a role of free will. When we act through our free will, we are responsible for our act. Whatever we choose to do, there is a conflict between acting freely and our behavior being governed by causal law. Because if our behavior is causally determined, then it is just logically impossible to avoid some act. So there is present some conflict. According to indeterminism, morality is a separate domain from that of causality. Supporters of indeterminism generally assert that the denial of causal relationship is necessary for the ascription of qualifiers like good and bad to an act. But there arises some question. Is there any relation between causal determination and moral responsibility? Or is there any relation between free will and responsibility? Determinists like Hume hold that a human act must be causally determined by that individual's intention, purpose, will, etc. If it is not the case, if a human action remains a mere accident, then the agent cannot be held responsible for his or her action. When we believe in causality, then we are inviting the theory of determinism. Our choice must be moved by our free will, and according to Hume's theory of determinism, there is no conflict between free will and moral responsibility. Hume claims that freedom of will can be accommodated with deterministic framework. But in Hume's determinism, there is no place for fate. Modern ethical determinism is a logical consequence of the causality principle in which every act is determined by its cause. Human will be also one of the cause of action. So there is no antagonism between freedom of will and determinism in the harmonious deterministic frameworks of Hume. So the person or the agent acts through his or her free will, then this is a moral act, and the agent could not deny his or her moral responsibility also. To choose an act, there is also important the role of our intention. According to radical intentionalist Peter Abler, only a good intention was necessary for this moral act to be good. When we are ready to act with our love, affection, then it is good act. So our intention makes a goal to why I do this job. When we have a goal, then we do this job with our love naturally. and then we must fulfill our act without any doubt. So in this present situation, we have doubt to what to do, and this makes very hard to make a choice. I think firstly we must select a goal with good intention, because when we take a decision with good intention, then we call it moral act. As a moral agent, we must select an end, and then we are to select that means to reach our goal. On the other hand, according to the theory of utilitarianism, we all have a common end, and that is happiness. The utilitarian doctrine is the happiness is desirable and the only thing desirable as an end. According to Mill, happiness means pleasure or absence of pain. The pleasure can vary in quality and quantity also. According to this theory, virtuous living is also a part of individual happiness. Mill's happiness principle asserts that happiness is our ultimate end, and happiness is the criterion to fix what is moral or what is not. The moral society, according to this theory, is that in which every individual is happy and free of pain. This type of idea may be problematic at times, but Mill was aware of this and addressed the issue in his book Utilitarianism. He says that each person's happiness is a good to that person, and the general happiness therefore a good to the aggregate of all persons. He thought that man never desire anything without happiness, and the idea of happiness is universal. So the happiest life is a blend of excitement for others and the feeling of tranquility. Virtuous living is also a part of happiness. So there is a clear relation between virtue and happiness. According to the above explanation, for the sake of happiness, all things are desirable. The end of humans' every action is essentially also the standard of morality. Human behavior is influenced by this morality. Also, according to the Mill's home principle, people should be free to do whatever they desire unless their action causes harm to anyone else, and the result of this is refined altruism. By this theory, it is clear that in utilitarianism, Mill did not imply one-sided commitment to altruism. He believed in universal commitment to happiness. Then we feel the tranquility. According to this theory, some selective situations, men want to string the liberty to others. When sometimes men wish that their powers be imposed to others, or in some situation men are bound to impose their power on other persons, if they are unable to discover the true of end. So, as an empiricist philosopher, he wants to establish the true end of life by reliable evidence. But to know the truth, we need freedom, and the freedom is a necessary condition to discover the truth. It must follow that happiness is the only end of life. But why we are interested to others' happiness? According to Mill, the means have become a part of end. Like Kant, Mill also approaches for benefit of collective interest. This is a way to get individual happiness, which is the only desirable end. So for own happiness, we seek others' happiness. And from this, I will try to reach a conclusion to get rid to this ethical dilemma. We all have some good intention to do good jobs or moral acts. This intention helps us to make a goal. So everybody has a goal or end in his or her life. When we have a desirable end in our life, then we search means to fulfill it, and we fulfill it our own choice. If we follow this rule to our life, then it also reflects in the present situation. In this pandemic situation, when everyone wants to stay safe, then we must stand before those people who are infected by this COVID-19 airborne disease. Because we know if we do not fulfill our duty, we will not achieve our moral rights, which is necessary for our happiness. But the caregiver who treats the infected patients must take some precaution as per whose instruction. So we must do our duty for our happiness and try to make a COVID-free world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona Lisa. Our next paper presenter is Shreya Dash. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Shreya Das. I am Assistant Professor of Purash Kanpur Haridas Nandi Mahavidyalaya, Department of Political Science. My paper is entitled Crisis Communication and Ethics in Times of Pandemic, a study of the role of civil society for mental health care in India. A major concern that has emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic is its impact on mental health of general public and ethics of all. My paper would analyze a phenomenological study on the different crises that have come up to the forefront due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the correlation of the role of civil society towards addressing the vacuum of mental health care in India. I would discuss the crisis and causes that has emerged from this pandemic and how civil society has been helpful in tending to the mental health care facilities of the country. Now, Now, before I begin, I would like to bring up a survey of an important organization, Indian Psychiatric Society, which reveals that within a week of the start of the lockdown, a number of reported cases of mental illness in India had risen to 20%, more than 20%. Since budgetary allocations are meager, it has led to a difference between health need and resource allocation, which has been termed by the Department of Psychiatry, NIMHANS, or National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, as the treatment gap. They have also indicated some other disorders that have come to the forefront as a result of this pandemic. There is a huge amount of anxiety disorders. Most commonly, some people have been seen to develop excessive fear of crowds in the wake of COVID-19 due to fear of infection. And this has led to an ethical decline to a large extent. There is excessive avoidance of crowds and even people in general, which has been termed as agoraphobia. Apart from this, there is a social stigma in India which has emerged due to COVID-19, which has resulted in racial profiling, infectious status, and occupation. In the West, people of Chinese descent have been targeted as COVID-19 as it has been associated with China. In India also, people from Northeast have been targeted. Apart from this, there is also a target of towards health professionals who have been in the front line of duty treating COVID-19 patients. Doctors and hospital staff are now being distanced as people fear that they will get the infection from them. There are cases where healthcare professionals are being harassed by their landlords to vacate their homes and now are on the streets, preventing people from seeking help for COVID-19 when they need to lead a different life. It itself proves the ethical decline of the system at large. In this situation, I would like to highlight the role of civil society, which is very multidimensional in this aspect. Evaluating the role of mental health, Professors Vikram Patel and Matthew Varghese highlight the salient features, even in the face of limited resources, how civil society has come to play an important role. For their non-profit nature, according to these authors, contributes to transparency and large-scale tending to healthcare facilities. In my paper, I have discussed a little detail, but now I will make it short. I would like to mention the role of four major civil society organizations which have tended to this issue. Based in Chennai, there is the Banyan, which has been very helpful. There is the Manos Foundation of Mental Health, which is a non-profiting organization in New Delhi. There is Anjali Mental Healthcare Organization in Kolkata, which has tended to humanize mental health care and create awareness. And also there is Minds Foundation, originally located in Nizamabad, but also having various branches in Mumbai, Vadodara, Vavnagar, etc. Now, I would like to conclude that in recent times, the key challenges faced by Indian mental health care system. Excuse me. Hello. Can I continue? Hello. Can I
Yes,
continue?
yes, please continue.
Okay, sorry. I would just like to conclude. In recent times, the key challenges faced by Indian mental health care system is lack of awareness about the mental illness as well as lack of adequate mental health services. Some limitations can also be identified with respect to working of the civil society organizations, such as the problem of sustainability in terms of financial resources. However, civil society organizations dealing with mental health are trying to reach out to the masses in the pandemic situation through various social media platforms. Although almost all of them have an active and responsive Facebook page which disseminate awareness about this COVID-19 pandemic and try to maintain a social healthy atmosphere. Now, I would like to also say that mental health involves much more human touch apart from only diagnosis, doctors, and drugs. It needs a much more ethical concern. The role of civil society to develop a community feeling in this context is very much in the forefront, as we can see from very much publicized programs by Ratnavali Rai or Anuttama ma'am, where they have given multiple directions on how to stay well and healthy mentally in these times of pandemic. So with this, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Participants are requested to maintain the proper time limit, please. Now, our next paper presenter is Shruti S.
Hello,
Shruti?
ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, perfectly.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Shrudias from Department of Commerce, University of Kerala. The topic of my presentation is Education during COVID-19 pandemic, challenges and issues faced by students and teachers. The present reality is confronting pandemic as the coronavirus virus infection is clearing its way around the world and its way is just starting to be obvious. We all are living in the midst of what is conceivably perhaps the best danger in the course of our life to worldwide education, which is a tremendous instructive crisis. We were at that point encountering a worldwide inclining emergency. The same number of understudies were in school, yet were not learning the central aptitudes required forever. And next we move on to the objectives of the study. The first objective was to study about the impact of COVID-19 on education, and second, to study about the challenges faced by the students and teachers during COVID-19 pandemic. And the research methodology I use for my study is based on secondary sources, which includes articles, websites, and journals, etc. And next, we move on to the impact of COVID 19 on education. The first impact is on the schools, that is, in the school level. The COVID 19 pandemic is most importantly a well being emergency. Numerous nations has chosen to close the schools and colleges. The emergency solidifies the pandemic policymakers are looking between the shutting the schools and keeping them open. The serious transient interruption is felt by numerous families around the globe, which is self-teaching isn't just a huge stunt to the guardian's efficiency, yet additionally to kids' public activity and learning. And the next impact is on families. Families are the integral to training and are generally concerned to give significant contributions to a youngster's learning. The current worldwide scale extension in self-teaching may from the start, though it has to be decidedly as liable to be the viable. And next, we move on to the challenges in education during COVID 19. The first challenge is online learning will strengthen the educating and learning approaches which we don't know how to function it admirably. Many nations are moving to separate learning draws, which has, regardless of whether through disseminating physical parcels of materials for the understudies or through utilizing the innovation to encourage the internet learning or e-learning. And also, there is a genuine danger in light of the fact there is a significant number of these methodologies which can be adopted in a single and instructional way. And the second challenge is teachers will be overpowered and unsupported to carry out their responsibilities well, which means that the teachers has no knowledge about shutting the schools, so they won't be able to prepare for themselves with the online tools. These are new to them, so it can be overpowered, and also it falls to the unsupported to carry out their responsibilities. And the next challenge is school closures will broaden the equity gaps, which means the equity gaps between the rich and the poor child will broaden up. So, in the course of the most recent decade or something like that, progress has been made in the quantity of understudies who approach gadgets and the networks. And the fourth challenge is helpless encounters with education technology during the pandemic will make it harder to get purchase in later for good utilization of education technology, which means that a few students who has using the education technology during COVID-19 pandemic will have a helpless encounter. They don't know how to use these technologies in an efficient manner. So a few people saying that during this infection we attended the education technology empowered learning draws near, it was a horrendous and takes a gander at many grades. Individuals grades will be affected while using all those technologies. Individuals will become disappointed on the grounds that the psychological wellness impacts of being confounded will be significant. And the next, we move on to opportunities on education during COVID-19. The first opportunity is that to explore the most relevant studies tools, which includes Zoom, Google Meet, etc. These all are new to the children. So it will enable the students to get more relevant study tools. And the second one is inclusion of distance learning or online learning programs. And the third one is support to parents as well as teachers on various online learning tools. Fourth one, creation of communities. And the conclusion of my study is that the COVID-19 scourge is hitting everybody hard, yet schools which have consistently been places for reality, physical cooperation, which had been among the hardest hit. As a huge number of understudies far and wide battle to learn at home, it is not yet clear how the teachers and the area on entire will manage the new learn at home reality. In India, innovation answers for the test appears to be restricted at present to head urban driven establishments. And these are the references which I make use to conduct my study. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you, Shruti. Our next paper presenter is Ranjan Fogat. Please proceed with your paper.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me this golden opportunity. Am I audible, ma'am?
Perfectly.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much. So first of all, I'd like to pay thanks to the organizer for giving me this golden opportunity to say something about moral will and moral courage in the new phase or into the new normal. So basically, the thing which I want to propose as Professor C.D. Sebastian sir proposed, that there are three approaches to ethics. One is consequentialist, another is deontological, and third one is a virtue ethicist. But I think that there can be another approach which can help us to contribute into the present scenario, and which can help to contribute into the new normal. That approach is basically proposed by the feminist ethicist known as the ethics of care, and which can be associated with the positive morality. So what actually is the ethics of care? Generally, when we talk about ethics, so we basically associate ethics with ethics of justice. So what is just, what we ought not to do, such kind of questions we basically discusses in ethics of justice. But when it comes to the positive morality, what we ought to do, or what kind of duty we have to towards the society or towards the individual, we somehow fail to give the answer or to act. In that way, the best possible answer given by the Peter Singer when he proposed the analogy, drowning child analogy, that is very much essential to propose. That analogy can help us to contribute into the positive morality. He says, suppose if any individual is going on a road, he sees a drowning child in a pond, in a shallow pond, and he finds no one nearby the pond, then that individual will save that child or not. If suppose if that individual have put on the trendy clothes and shiny shoes and etc kind of thing, then will that person save that uh, will that person try to save his clothes or her clothes due and will not save the child? I don't think that person will do that. That person will surely gonna save that child. In a similar manner, because that person will save the child because he is capable to save, and if he will not save that, then it will be considered something immoral in himself or in herself. In a similar manner, in a new normal pandemic, when majority of the people have been suffering from education or food or housing or whatever kind of lacking people are facing, in a similar manner, when people are capable, we should need to associate ourselves with that analogy. Suppose if we are capable to help the people in any form through food or education or whatever way, we can contribute. And if we do not contribute in that form, then we ought to feel that same immoral feeling as that person would have felt if that person did not save that child. In that sense, we can conclude that ethics is not basically limited to the negative notion only, that what we ought not to do. It can also be converted into that what we ought to do. We can associate it with altruism, we can associate it with empathy or ethics of care or positive morality. It is the very much essential thing which need to propose into the society, that if we are capable to do something, If we are capable to help the humanity in any form, we ought to help. And if we do not help the society, then it is something immoral, and we need to feel that guilt, that shame, if we do not help the people. And if we do not feel, then it is something what to say, immoral immunity. Generally we talk about immunity for the diseases, but when we are immune for the negative things or for the immoral thing, then it is something dangerous, which I wanted to propose. Thanks for everyone for listening me carefully. So conclusion is basically that we need to move forward to the positive morality and ethics of care, including the ethics of justice. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Our next paper presenter is Shaheb Shamonto. Shaheb, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm Shaheb Shamonto, PhD research scholar at the Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University. The title of my paper is Pandemic and Suicidal Tendencies, a Philosophical Discussion. Currently, we all are going through a situation where we are experiencing such emotions and thoughts which we have never experienced before. Most of the people are suffering from extreme anxiety and depression, to overcome which they are choosing suicide. If we review the historical data of past pandemics such as SARS, etc., we will notice that there were significant increases in suicidal deaths during that time. Hence, it is both relevant and necessary to talk about suicide and suicidal tendencies in this present scenario to find out preventive solutions. Suicide is one of the most important issues in medical science, psychology, and philosophy as well. Generally, whenever we talk about suicide, we actually mean self-killing, which is done out of selfish reasons and selfish motivations. There is a religious and moral condemnation. What?
Mr. Shahab Shamonto, please continue. Please check your connectivity.
Shaheb, are you there?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes. Please continue.
It has been reported that suicide cases increased by 11% during COVID-19 in Ludhiana district alone. According to police records, more than 113 suicide cases were reported between April and June in Kolkata this year. In India, more than 300 people committed suicide between March 19 and May 2. If we go through the news articles on suicidal deaths, we will notice that the reported reasons of suicide during pandemic include financial crisis, fear of COVID-19 infection, social stigma, social boycott, loneliness, testing positive for COVID-19, etc. Many psychological experts are anticipating a tremendously high number of suicidal deaths due to this pandemic. It is the moral responsibility of the government, the individuals, to do something in prevention of suicide and suicidal tendencies. Now, what are the responsibilities of the government? Government can introduce some policies to prevent suicides in this medical emergency. India should invest more in mental health. The last union budget for mental health was 40 crores and the previous was 50 crores. This needs a boost. Government should take some fruitful and fair initiatives for the migrant workers so that they can feed their family. Government should think about those young people who are suffering from job crisis due to pandemic. Not only the governing body, every individual individual should take some responsibilities to stop further suicidal activities. Now, what are the responsibilities of ours as an individual? It can be stated in two ways. Our responsibilities to the others and our responsibilities to ourselves. We should not involve ourselves in any harmful activities like social stigma or and social boycott. Rather, we have to spread the awareness of not to stigmatize, not to boycott someone socially. We have to be very careful while using some terms like COVID-19 victims, COVID-19 suspects, etc. As these terms affect our minds negatively. We should understand the mental situation of others before we retaliate negatively. We should try to be non-judgmental and avoid making offensive statements like you should not have taken the loan, you have done a blunder, etc. We have to be mentally connected with the person to make them believe that they are not alone. Now, our responsibilities to ourselves. We can definitely control our thoughts, our decisions, as these are in our hands. No situation lasts forever. So we have to be very sensible while producing any negative and suicidal thoughts in our mind. Our mind is like a search engine. If you input any negativity in it, then mind will come up with more and more suggestions of negative thoughts in accordance with the situation. Hence, we should avoid such news which are affecting our mental health. It would be better to think positive when particularly you are in a hard time. One can practice yoga or meditation to get some positivity. We have to channelize our thoughts, and our psychological states. There will always be some problems, but we should not escape from the situation. Problems are like a vaccine. If you face it with all your courage, then it will make you stronger than before. It is better to have courage to live than courage to commit suicide, because once you commit suicide, you will not be able to get a second chance. So we should not choose such an option where we cannot get a second chance to rectify our faults for our betterment. We should not lose our hopes, for we never know if we are just a few steps away from the city of life. So we all need to keep our strength and be positive during this pandemic, and we shall break out this darkness together. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahid. Our next paper presenter is Vishakha Shom. Please proceed with your paper.
Start. Ma'am, I will start it.
Yes, of course.
Very good afternoon to all of you and honorable chief patron present in this webinar. I, Vishakha Shom, Department of Philosophy from Dinobandhu Mahavidyalaya, Kolkata. The topic is today, my presentation is the changing scenario of family life in this new normal era. In this paper, I would try to discussion that particularly the changing present scenario of family life in this new normal era, rather inconsistently some indication of interruption and battle, and yet some largely positive opinions of digital technology with families, normally finding a balance between digital and other activities that outfits them. The world has changed many times and it is changing again. An epidemic has affected the world, instruction, and everyone is trying their best to face the condition. We are all going through a stage of evolution. Our lives are with in the Malaysia series of balancing our personal and professional lives, and we are continually boost. This segment will reteach us and change the way we look at life. It could also be a good time to do what makes your depth happy. Documentary reviews are varied too. For some data sources of the study, this paper has been carried out by using Google Scholar and some articles, several news magazines, etc. and the analytical method was adopted to treat the same. And the objective of my study is our societies will make changes for the better and want to return to normal, but we know deep down that our journey would not be a return so much as a living. Among disaster and travel, we desire the come of normality, but when will belonging return to normal? And what will a new normal look like? Our technologies and social media have been distancing us from all other for years. The old normal is the one in which our healthcare system and governments are not ready to pact with things like COVID-19, and the new normal is most like the old normal, but in this one we are ready for worldwide pandemic. Then, so how we can invent it? We are quite dealing with normal. The first one is the new normal will mean that maximum of us will go back to most of what we are doing before the pandemic hit. Normal is what is characteristic, what most people do, which means it is difficult for any separate to be normal. The rule provided is real standard that it survived permitted the user to copy and exact form change acts of compassion even when they are in little supply, might to be seen as normal for a being human being. Society. What is normal for a being human being? There are all those conducts which makes it appropriate to flourish in its particular space. In this short period, this will be massively destructive to business that must trust on people coming together in large number, hotels, restaurants, etc. There would be comparable necessities at the arrival to large sites, government buildings or public transport centers, but the disturbance to many and livelihood will be unbearable, and to shut in lifestyle just is not maintainable for such long period. So how can we live in this new normal? The answer is expectantly we will be better healthcare scheme with pandemic retort parts that can move fast to classify and cover outbreak before they start to spread, and the skill to quickly rise the production of medical kit, raise testing kits and medicines. The other of working from home is becoming more expensive for many people, and even organizations that are trying to be live are fighting for such upcoming type of jobs. So people will appeared altogether like social distancing, isolation, quarantine, etc. Some new goods have entered in our daily life, like masks, gloves, sanitizers, PPT, etc. With parents and families trying to adjust to a new mode of doing life with remote job products, virtual learning from home, and social distancing. COVID-19 is carrying about a whole set of new challenges in every possible empire, education being just one. How will COVID-19 convert the future of teaching learning? It is important to identify main challenges for student and teacher in the present scenario. Educational organization in India are presented based on only on the only on outdated methods of learning. The abrupt outbreak of a lethal disease, COVID-19, trembled the whole world. Many institutions that were former unwilling to change their traditional education methodology had no choice but to change totally to online teaching learning. All the things COVID-19 will change how the pandemic strength change how we think about numerous future of life and work. The pandemic has caused is what is efficiency, the major work from home experience overload of in human society. Our research displays how important certain actions have become in our daily lives, such as partying remotely with and plus conclusion is my we will all remain to expect frightening challenges for which we are not prepared. Scientists and medical workers will try and overcome these challenges. They will succeed in some conduct, but the challenges will stay coming. Modern medicine as progressive as it is in the outstanding arrangement of things comparably now notwithstanding the massive challenges we face on specific native and worldwide level, we will repeat ourselves and each other that we will get back to normal. But but we are not sure what accurately the future will do. But we know that it's coming to intimate us in the alternation to neo-normal. We would be experiencing more controlled liberty of many things that we did not imagine in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. We have reached the end of today's session. At the end of the paper presentation session, I would like to thank all the presenters for their excellent presentation, and I must say these are really a good piece of research work in the field of professional ethics and human values. I really thankful to all of you. Now, I request Professor Aparajita Mukhopadhyay, chairperson of the session, to discuss over the outcome of the discussion.
Thank you. I know that because of our time strain, it is not possible to discuss about all the papers, but I congratulate all the presenters for their very nice and relevant presentation within a so much short time period. And the papers have covered different aspects of this COVID-19 period and post-COVID period, which we are calling now new normal period. Dr. Apurna Sadhu, in her deliberation, focuses on the destruction of ecosystem because of scientific inventions. She thinks anthropocentrism is liable for the damage of the world. She prefers to adopt a holistic view, deep ecology, which is also supported in ancient scriptures of our country. Mr. Shayan Chatterjee focuses on the role of media, especially in this pandemic situation. He has very rightly indicated about the danger of the fake news, which are the source of creating huge tension in common people. Rakhi Gwell has highlighted on the important components of professional ethics. She has expressed her worries about moral degradation of our society. She also suggests some institutional modification for this crisis. Especially, she has talked about yoga. Srimati Mritika Chatterjee thinks, she talks about professional ethics and role of emotion is her topic of discussion. She thinks there are some moral requirements which are obviously applicable generally, But apart from that, there are some other moral rules which are relationship specific. She also raises a pertinent question that how do we apply emotions in moral dilemmatic situation. She mentions here about the moral emotions which are essential to live a good life. Dr. Lokesh Jain topic was social economic environment. He has discussed about how Sarvodaya of Mahatma Gandhi is relevant in pandemic situation, in present situation. His ideas of non-violence and non-position help to remove the social and economical disparities. Dr. Temani speaks on both benefits and problems arise in virtual learning of college students. Srimati Shushmita Bhattacharya's lecture is on domestic violence on women in this pandemic period. She has defined domestic violence first, which is actually a result of power structure of the society. With relevant data, she has discovered that physical abuse is more common in economically weak class. Devapama Bose says about pandemic and the role of philosophers. Philosophers' concern is wisdom, and as wisdom focuses on how to live a good life, so they are definitely capable to sketch a good life. In this respect, she has mentioned about different Indian concepts like aparigraha, ahimsa, dana, which are important concepts in this respect. Pooja Tripathi has focused on the responsibility of media. Media should reflect the reality in correct manner because that helps us in many aspects, also about political decision making. Media is not like an advertisement of premium products, but it should inform the actual picture to the citizen. Srimati Monalisha Bandyopadhyay speaks on ethical dilemma in the situation of COVID-19. She has discussed about determinism and moral responsibility and explains that these are not incompatible. She also mentions about Mill's concept of utility, which focuses to bring the happiness for other people. Shreya Das has discussed on the role of civil society to maintain mental health. She has rightly mentioned about the phobia regarding this period. This phobia actually results to different kinds of social problems and affect the society and social relationship a lot. Shreya S topic was challenges in education during COVID. A discrimination arises, she thinks, definitely it is actually. A discrimination arises between students regarding using the technology. On the other hand, he attempts to find out a new on the other hand, she also specified the positive sides which we have learned in this pandemic period through the technical use of through the use of technology. Roger Fogart attempts to find out a new moral way, a new theory that may bring justice in the society in this new normal situation. A new theory is needed to address the new situation which has arisen in our life due to pandemic. To help the humanity, we should restructure our value system. He thinks. Shaheb Shamanto topic was pandemic and suicidal tendency. Due to anxiety and depression of this situation, actually such kind of tendency has increased a lot, and pointing suicide as a philosophical as well as a psychological problem, Shahib has tried to find out the reasons for such attitude. In this regard, he has discussed about the responsibility of the government as well as the responsibility of the common people towards such kind of people. Vishakha Shom, she has delivered lecture on present scenario of family life. She has pointed out about the crisis which we are facing regularly, balancing between family life and work life. She is anxious also about the new system of the new normal world and the role of the government. Thank you. I again congratulate all of you for giving such nice presentation and relevant presentation in a so short time span. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your patience to hear all from the presenters, and thank you for giving such a valuable time for us. And we are very much enlightened to hear from you. And my I convey my pranam and gratitude to you. Thank you, ma'am. Um, Now we have reached the last session of the first day of the webinar. And now, on behalf of Department of Philosophy, New Alipore College, and the organizing committee of the webinar, I would like to propose the vote of thanks to all the delegates and distinguished persons present in the virtual platform. At first, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Joydeep Sharangi, Honorable Principal, New Alipore College, for his constant support, guidance to conduct the webinar. I also thankful to Sri Dibesh Bera, Honorable Vice Principal, New Alipore College, and Dr. Shamobroto Das, Coordinator, Internal Quality Assurance Cell of our college, Sri Gorachand Nak, Secretary, Teachers Council, Sri Gobindolal Mondol, Barsar, New Alipore College, for their continuous support to organize the webinar, without which it could not be possible for us to conduct the webinar. I convey my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to Professor Indrani Shannal, former Professor, Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University, for her excellent support in this webinar. Although Professor Shannal has left the meeting for some other important engagement, we convey our thanks to her. It's our privilege that we get Professor Indrani Shannal as our keynote speaker as well as chairperson of a session. It's always good to hear from you, ma'am, and I'm really thankful to you for your excellent support. I convey my gratitude and pranam to Professor Aparajita Mukhopadhyay, my teacher, and Professor, Department of Philosophy, Jadavpur University, for her constant guidance and support for conducting the webinar. From the very beginning day of the preparation of the webinar, we always blessed from her through her guidance. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks once again. I also thankful to Professor C.D. Sebastian, Professor of Philosophy, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, for his excellent presentation over the matter. Sir, we acknowledge your cordialness and amiability in accepting our invitation to the webinar, even amidst your busy schedule. Although he has left the meeting for some other important engagement, we convey our thanks to him. I also thankful to ICCR ERC to provide us financial support to conduct the webinar. At last, but not the least, I want to convey my thanks and gratitude to all the departmental professors, technological teaching non-teaching staff of the college, and especially I would like to mention the name of the Professor Shubhankar De, our technical director of the program, and above all our dear student for helping me to conduct the webinar. Thank you once again to all of you, and hope we get all of you in our future program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I request Professor Nivedita Sengupta, our HOD, please end the meeting. Professor Sengupta, are you here? Okay. Okay. So that's for all. On behalf of HOD, I was in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, please. Ma'am, are you audible? Am I audible, ma'am? Ma'am, please unmute your audio.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, audible. Please speak. I request Professor Sengupta to end the meeting formally.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, audible. Please speak. I think there is some technical issue on behalf of our HOD and principal, Dr.
Hello.
Jaideep. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Please proceed.
On behalf of the department, I am thankful to everybody, all the participants, our learned speakers, and all the listeners and all the paper presenters. It is a very painful, very cheerful, and very encouraging session we experienced. We hope similar cooperation in future in our departmental activity. Thanks all. Thank you all. Here ends.
Thank you.